we go. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to those who are watching on the live stream and those who are in person. I call this meeting of the Montgomery County School Board to order at 7 p.m. on May 4th, 2021. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item is the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. Dr. Meyer?
Thanks. First, I'd like to remind everyone that graduations are scheduled for 10 a.m. on May 22nd in our stadiums. And so we're really excited about that. And just to let board members know that you're obviously welcome to come. Just let Brenda know so we can secure tickets for you. Also like to recognize our teachers this week. This week is Teacher Appreciation Week, and just recognizing them for all that they have done this year, especially in this very difficult time. And we appreciate everything they do. We're recognizing them on our social media platforms all week. So a big thanks to our teachers this year.
Awesome. Okay, we will now move forward with our recognition part of the agenda, which is something we look forward to. But today we have two great items on it. One is our Seniors of the Month that we'll start with, and then our Teacher of the Year at each school.
Okay, so Mr. Pauly, if you come forward to recognize the Seniors of the Month for us.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. A very special highlight of our board meeting is the recognition of a Senior of the Month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed on the screens in the boardroom and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or teacher who nominated them for this recognition. Now it is my pleasure to present in order. Keith Palmer, the assistant principal of Auburn High School, is here to present this evening, followed by Guyleen Wood-Setzer, principal of Blacksburg High School, then Tony Deibler, principal of Christiansburg High School, and last but not least, Todd Lewis, principal of Eastern Montgomery High School. Thank you.
Good evening, school board, members of the board. Dr. Meyer, it is my honor to present to you Auburn High School's May Senior of the Month, Ella Lockhart. Ella is here this evening with her dad, and I would like to welcome them to come on up at this time. I'd like to read a brief statement from one of Ella's teachers. Over the last 4 years, it has been a great honor and privilege to get to know Ella Lockhart. Ella is a fantastic student who has pushed herself academically and has worked to prepare herself for her future by taking courses like DE Human Anatomy and Intro to Medical Sciences. Ella is an active member of the Auburn High School community who volunteers her time through events like Veterans Day Dinner and has been a member of the Max Science team. Auburn High School will look forward to seeing the future success of Ella as she heads to Radford University in the fall and then to medical school. Good luck, Ella. Congratulations, Ella Lockhart.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Meyer. It is my pleasure to recognize Molly McPherson as Blacksburg High School Senior of the Month for May. Here's a statement from 2 of Molly's teachers. Molly McPherson is the ultimate representative of Blacksburg High School class of 2021. She is accomplished in academics, athletics, and civic responsibility. Molly is repeatedly on the All-A Honor Roll, is editor of the yearbook, is a member of the National Honor Society, participates in forensics and theater programs, serves as a leader with the Animal Club, and has been a state competitor with Skills USA. Molly has participated with the cross-country and basketball teams and is a 4-year member of the girls' lacrosse team. She is currently the varsity team captain for the Bruins girls lacrosse, and she is not with us tonight because they are playing. Molly's incredible civic engagement is seen in her service on the Equity Student Cabinet and participation in student-led actions at the county level. She is a local, vocal voice for equity in our schools and community. Next year, Molly will be an Oregon Duck studying journalism at the University of Oregon. We wish her well as she leaves her mark on Oregon, as she has done at Blacksburg High School.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to inform the board that the CHS Senior of the Month for May is David Fox. Here's what a few teachers have to say about David. David is one of the most outstanding students I have taught in the past 24 years. He is an exceptional young man with an outstanding moral character, and he is often sought out by his peers for his sense of humor and his sage advice. This year, with a great deal of thanks to David, CHS won the SuperMac tournament in social studies, with David buzzing in at amazing speed and knowing 99% of the questions. Is that 1%? I don't know. David has participated in every Beta Club service opportunity CHS has offered. To me, David is the embodiment of the Beta motto, let us lead by serving others. David Fox has the full package of what we expect of our music students. He works hard, helps others anytime he can, and is a positive role model for his peers. I've come to respect and appreciate David for all he does. David plans to attend Virginia Tech in the fall to study economics, hopes to be a member of the Marching Virginians, and would like to pursue a career in law or finance. Congratulations, David.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Dr. Meyer. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to recognize the May Senior of the Month for Eastern Montgomery High School, Dawson Dunnington. Dawson is here with his parents and sisters, and I'd like to invite them to come to the front now. Dawson holds the distinction of being the only Senior of the Month that we could find in any of our research who has been able to earn this distinction in his first year at our school. He first enrolled with us in August and quickly made a positive impression upon everyone he met, evidenced by the following quote from his teacher who nominated him, Emily Castle. Ms. Castle wrote the following about Dawson. Dawson has a good attitude every day when he comes to class. He's a team player and very willing to help other students when he's completed his homework. I can always count on him to be attentive and helpful. He is kind, friendly, and respectful. I am sure that this is a difficult year to be a new student at our school, and Dawson has been brave and diving right into the situation and making the best of it. Please join me in congratulating Dawson Dunnington as the EMHS Senior of the Month for May.
Okay, now we'll have Dr. Wickham come and talk to us about our Teachers of the Year.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. All public and accredited non-public schools are invited to participate in the Virginia Teacher of the Year program to select and to honor teachers who represent the best in teaching in the Commonwealth of Virginia and the nation. The program is open to all teachers in pre-kindergarten through grade 12, including school librarians, guidance counselors, and reading specialists. Candidates must be dedicated, knowledgeable, and skilled, and plan to continue in an active teaching status. The program provides school divisions the opportunity to recognize outstanding teachers and to focus positive public attention on education and the teaching profession. We are pleased to announce Montgomery County's Teachers of the Year for each school at this time. Joining me will be Mr. Patrick Moran from Horace Mann, who provided our lovely crystal apples for our teachers. Our Teachers of the Year by school are Auburn Elementary, Ashley Gussler, first grade teacher. Not able to attend tonight, Auburn High, Terry Shepard, biology teacher. Also not able to attend tonight, Auburn Middle, Hannah Anderson, 8th grade teacher. Next, Bellevue Elementary, Courtney Cornett, 5th grade teacher. Blacksburg Middle, Ryan Wade, 8th grade teacher.
Good job.
Christiansburg Elementary, Lee Bortz, instructional coach. I got a message that you were not going to be able to attend tonight. Glad you could come, Lee. Christiansburg High, Allison Epperly, social studies teacher. Christiansburg Middle, Stephen Howard, 6th grade science teacher. Christiansburg Primary, Candace Johnston, 1st grade teacher. Eastern Montgomery Elementary, Katie Newman, special education preschool teacher. Not able to attend tonight, Eastmont High, Amanda Morris, 9th grade English teacher. Bowling Branch Elementary, Kristen Hypes, 5th grade teacher. Gilbert Linkus Elementary, Carolyn Croy, 5th grade teacher. Harding Avenue Elementary, Alexis Chadwell, 4th grade teacher. Kipps Elementary, Hannah Curry, kindergarten teacher. Margaret Beeks Elementary, Kate Stone, lead special education teacher. Not able to attend tonight, Montgomery Central, Ann Lawson, school counselor. Prices Fork Elementary, Becky Norton, reading specialist. Shawsville Middle, Joshua Hollyfield, 8th grade civics and economics teacher. Our Division Teacher of the Year for Montgomery County Public Schools will submit a portfolio to the Virginia Department of Education. Regional Teachers of the Year are then selected by a panel representing professional associations and other educational groups. In the fall, the selection panel convenes in Richmond a second time to interview each of the 8 Regional Teachers of the Year to then choose the Virginia Teacher of the Year. Our MCPS Teacher of the Year has always dreamed of being a teacher in some form. Her first class roster consisted of her 8 Cabbage Patch dolls lined up with crayons and paper. She would write on her old Fisher-Price chalkboard and teach her heart out. Upon asking our science administrator about this teacher, Dr. Goudreau readily responded. She personally connects with her students through storytelling and using those stories to even connect to chemistry. She does a great job building relationships and mentoring students, especially those who have experienced real personal challenges. She's a very special teacher. It is my honor to introduce our Montgomery County Public Schools Teacher of the Year who teaches science at Blacksburg High School, Amber Pogue. You get 2 apples. Congratulations.
The next item on our agenda is public address. At this time and at each of our regularly scheduled meetings, the school board sets aside up to 30 minutes for residents, students, and employees to address the board about issues pertaining to public education in Montgomery County. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Drake will have a timer on the screen. We did not have any signups for virtual public address tonight. As a reminder, the board does not respond to speakers during public address. We have 1 person signed up for public address. Martha Ann Stallings, if you could approach the podium and just state your name and address.
Martha Ann Stallings, 1920 Cascades Road, Blacksburg. Good evening, school board members, Dr. Meyer, and I am a community member, a former educator, and currently the chair of the Dialogue on Race Education Committee. I'm here to say thank you for the work that you have done, the central office staff, school educators that we heard about tonight, and you as school board members. You have done so much to reach and educate each and every student in our schools. DOR members are pleased that MCPS is willing to address equity for all students through its strategic plan that I think we're going to hear about tonight. Mm-hmm. The goals of Dialogue on Race Education focus on academic achievement and equity of discipline treatment for Black students, and of course, the hiring of minority teachers for our schools. There are some specifics I would like to recognize this evening. Judy Diggs has continued to be a support of Dialogue on Race. She attends each and every one of our meetings, answers questions more than once, and talks about what's going on in the schools. Dave Dickinson has helped us understand the changes in history curriculum and how the Department of Education guides the process. Dominique McKee and Danny Knott have presented to our group and help us understand their work and challenges in recruiting minority candidates, and yet we see their willingness to keep trying because it is the right thing to do. I'm always honored to say that I worked in Montgomery County Schools for the, for the majority of my professional career, and most of it as a teacher across 4 schools. I became a better teacher because of excellent principles and support that was given to me by people in this room. However, I want to tell you that continuous self-reflection and changing practices is never easy. Helping all educators reflect on equity practices and then beginning new behaviors and processes take time and persistence, and I guarantee you, resistance. Please understand that I know teaching is hard, and during a pandemic, it's even been harder. Continue to be the school division that people want to model after. Continue to recruit new teachers who want to teach all students. Let's be proud of the fact that the division's focus on teaching all students and not judging our students or making assumptions because of the color of one's skin or where one lives is what MCPS wants to be about. Help the larger community understand the importance of examining equity gaps and holding everyone accountable for what we should do and what is right. Equity in education requires putting systems in place to ensure that every child has an equal chance for success. Thank you for being involved in this important process. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Ms. Stallings. Public address is now closed. The next item on our agenda is consent items. If there is nothing to be pulled from the consent agenda, then we will consider the consent items approved. Is there any discussion regarding the consent agenda?
Yeah, the vision screener, what is that?
Division screener. Jason? You got it?
It's a machine that apparently, it's basically you look into it and they can do a vision scan in like seconds as opposed to sit there and have to read the eye chart. So we got one in 2017. So the nurses were very excited because it helps them do their screenings a lot faster. Also, if you've got squirmy little ones, it's easier to get them done.
Oh, okay.
The Spot is the kind of the brand name. It's Welch Allen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Okay. The next item on the agenda is payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The next item on our agenda.
I'm so sorry, Miss Graham. May I have just one moment, please?
I'm sorry?
I'm having a technical glitch. May I have just one moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you for that.
Sure. The next item on our agenda is board member reports. Is there anyone who would like to give a report?
I have one.
Go ahead.
It's actually a little bit long. First, I'd like to say thank you to all our teachers. This last couple weeks, Dana and I had an opportunity. We visited 4 schools. First, we started out at CES looking at the amazing construction with Mr. Krantz. He was our guide, and I appreciate his help with that. All the constructions that's underway. Then we headed to CPS, and along with being in the CPS buildings and looking at everything that's going on, we snapped some pictures of, the bookshelf walls and the things like that, that anyone who happens to wonder why we decided to renovate, we can show those pictures and say, here, this explains everything. The next week, we ventured to CHS in Bellevue. CHS Athletic Fieldhouse and restrooms are outstanding, something that we can finally be proud of and not consistently compared to other schools when people are there in our surrounding areas. And I'm so proud of them. They look fantastic. I wanted to draw some attention also to the work inside that was done by our facilities department. Is that right? Where they hang the football gear. I'm not sure, the open wooden lockers that are, kudos to them. Give them a shout out because that was great. And we were talking about how we had hoped to see some of our art students maybe get some of the painting of like how we have in the high school, the C's and the murals maybe up in those buildings as well. I'd also like to give a shout out to CHS front end staff because the decorations for graduation for the students were amazing. They were so cute. The ideas that they came up with, they had a senior tree and just all types of different things for the seniors, and it was great. We headed on over to Bellevue, and I'm so glad that the construction is taking some of the traffic from the front of the school back to the back of the school where the parent drop-off is going to be, and I think that's fabulous because that was one of my concerns with that school when we were talking about building, and then when we decided to just renovate, because that's another one of those, anybody who thinks that they didn't need something. You know, that's the only school that's that close to a main road like they are. So I'm so glad that's happening and being able to see how quick that's happening as well. I know we continually say this, and I'm going to say it one more time. I understand that other schools have needs, but Christiansburg has patiently waited and should receive no less than the other communities in our county, and it's their turn. Also, a shout out to Dr. Meyer and his staff, because everything that's been done at Christiansburg High School, the fields and the athletic, that's been pushed over for years, and it finally got started, and I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you, Tommy, for doing that, because it is amazing. Anybody who hadn't been up there and needs to take a look, go and see it. It is great. And last of all, I got to go to the Board of Supervisors meeting last week. My daughter was invited to come and speak about the ACE program, and she couldn't go because of a group project. So I got to go and speak from a parent point of view. And and seeing all the other students that were there speaking about, you know, one was at Volvo, one was somewhere else. A couple ladies were in the nursing program, and every one of them shared the same gratefulness that I shared, you know, having a daughter that's finishing her junior year at Tech, and at this point, we're so blessed, and I'm so grateful and so thankful to be able to say we have nothing. And the huge part of that was the ACE program for the first 2 years. And there was another parent that stepped up and spoke too, and every student recognized that. And so it's just a fantastic program, and I was so honored to be able to go and speak on it, because, you know, you don't know something until you truly live it. And it's definitely a shouter for the ACE program. So, but anyway, so that's me. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was privileged to attend the NSBA conference virtually this year. I know that we were all supposed to be in New Orleans April 8th through the 10th, but due to the COVID restrictions, they did it virtual. And I have to give a kudos out to everyone behind that, because just like VSBA, they did a great job. The first time ever having to do something like this, I couldn't tell there were any glitches. There was a lot to do with the national conference, where they come from every state. So first of all, kudos out to them. And I believe, Marty, did you attend? Marty and Goonan attended as well. And I'm sure they'll agree when I say we had great speakers. We had great sessions. It was so hard to decide, as always, what to go to. But planted myself in front of the computer for 3 days and learned a lot, and was able to download information. And we still are able to go back now up through June, I think, for any sessions that we didn't get to go to and get information on, to get and bring back to any of our board members or our board for future reference or for ideas. It was great. The only thing I will have to admit that I missed more than anything is to be able to brag on our school to the people attending, because I can tell you, we get so much recognition nationally, and we have people coming up to us, not only at the state conference, but even at the national level, asking us, how do we do this? And just wanting direction. And that is the part that I missed among meeting the other people from the states and seeing what they had going on. So I did enjoy being able to do that virtually. Jamie has already given you the lowdown. We visited 4 schools: CPES, CES, CHS, and the athletic facilities along with Bellevue. Thank you again, Mr. Krantz, for taking your time to update us on the updates and the renovations. It's looking fabulous. Everyone is so excited. Thank those schools for patiently waiting. I can't wait to go back over the summer and just continue to see the difference. It's coming along so quickly. I think everyone would be extremely proud of how that's being handled and what the outcome is going to be. So I highly encourage any board members that maybe haven't been to those schools for a while, if they get an opportunity over the summer, to maybe drive up there and take a peek and see what it's looking like and how great it's going to be for everybody. Again, I want to say thank you to our teachers, to all of our teachers. Congratulations to the Teachers of the Year. And I know it's been National Teacher Appreciation Week. just wanted to let you guys know personally how much, I can speak for the board as well, I'm sure, how much we appreciate you, how important your job is, and how much our students are so happy to be back with you. And that was another thing I was going to add with Jamie's report, was that these kids' faces, when we were visiting these schools, they are happy and they are excited. And it would, just to see the smiles and to see how good everything, all of the parameters and the restrictions and everything that we've got in place to be able to be back and to have everyone do what they can do is just been phenomenal. So thank you to Dr. Meyer and his administrative team. I know you guys have worked so hard and it's paying off. And these kids are back where they belong and they are loving being back in school, and they have missed their teachers and they are so happy to be back with them. I know we've got a lot to cover. I'll make it quick. I do want to say congratulations to all of our 2021 senior graduates, because this will technically be the last meeting before graduation. You guys rock. You guys had another hard year. Teachers, staff, everybody had another hard year. I just want to say you guys are always rising up to the occasion, not only the students, but the teachers and the faculty and staff. That's why we are so recognized and people love us so much in what we do. So the best part, in my opinion, of this job is to see those kids walk across that stage, because we know that we have accomplished what we have set to do. So it's such an honor to see those kids graduate, and just wanted to say congratulations to all of them, and thank you to all the teachers, staff, no matter who you are, bus drivers, cafeteria ladies, aides, custodians, everybody. We couldn't have done it without you, and we are almost finished. So if we can just end on a positive note, hang in there, and I think we're going to have a great ending to our school year. And I think that's all I've got.
Okay. Anybody else?
Anybody else? I'll just hop on. I think Ms. Dana covered so well all the areas that I wanted to cover as well. Definitely happy Teachers Appreciation Week, and congratulations to our seniors. Unfortunately, I'll be missing the graduation this year. I think that will be my first missed graduation in 8 years, and I'm fortunate about. NSBA was wonderful. I think the advantage of being via Zoom, although New Orleans probably is missed, to be able to download the one sessions that you couldn't participate in. There's always so many options, and it's always hard to decide. So it was good to be able to go back and watch the ones that they missed, because they are all recorded, obviously, in this platform. I also attended VSPA's Hot Topics conference on the April 13 on collective bargaining, as well as April 27 legislative updates. So.
Awesome. Yes.
I'll join in on the congratulations to teachers, Teacher Appreciation Week. As a former teacher, I know how tough it is to get to this point in the year. The final countdown is here, and I know some of my former teaching friends are out there counting the days till you get to the end of May. And this year in particular has been one of a whole lot of challenges, so I'm proud of everything that our teachers and staff have done for our students. And a shout out to all of my former students, because this graduating class this year is the last class of students that I actually taught. So my former 8th graders are graduating this year. And a shout out to my former students. Congratulations, I'll be there watching. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll just say thank you to all our teachers and everyone who supports them.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay. I would like to echo Dana on thanking all of our MCPS employees as a whole for everything they've done this year. I know it's Teacher Appreciation Week, and we greatly appreciate what our teachers have done, but they couldn't do it without the support staff and administration. facilities, custodians. So it takes a team to educate our students. I also attended the NSBA conference, as Dana mentioned. There were great sessions. I mainly focused on board governance and board and superintendent relationships, and I learned a lot from all of that. I also went to visit the Montgomery Museum, where the Christiansburg High School art students had their work on display. It was set up as a timing of starting back last March when we first found out we were going to be closed for 2 weeks, all the way up through where we are currently. And so it was just interesting to watch the emotions through their artwork and the emotional toll it has taken on our students. So I greatly thank the Montgomery Museum for hosting that art show and our art teachers for being a part of that. The student artwork is always amazing. Okay, if we don't have any other board member reports, then we will move on to the operating budget.
All right, thanks. Next, operating budget. We're asking for approval on this tonight. We're asking for you to approve the operating budget for next school year, which includes an average of a 3% raise for all employees and adding the VRS benefits for instructional aides who work on a 6.5-hour contract. We have to approve a budget based on the county's approved budget, which does not include all of our state funding. The next action item is a request for appropriation that will correct the state funding error. We'll be presenting this for approval tonight. And of course, Tommy's here if you have any questions about any of this.
Okay, so we'll start with the operating budget. Do I have a motion to approve the 2021-2022 operating budget as presented?
So, second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please, Ms. Drake.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
She just stepped out.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, the supplemental appropriation, state allocation for the 21-22 operating budget. This request aligns our budget with an updated state funding formula. We're asking you to approve the supplemental appropriation tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the supplemental appropriation request as presented?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass is not present. Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next is the 21-22 pay plan for approval. Approval of updated pay plan will allow us to begin issuing contracts for next school year. This pay plan is based on the operating budget that you just approved. We're asking you to approve the pay plan tonight.
Second.
Do I have a motion to approve the pay plan as presented?
I got that and the second, Ms. Graham.
Okay, great. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass has stepped out. Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the school nutrition budget. The new school nutrition budget is a self-sustaining program. They are not proposing any price increase for next school year. We're asking you to approve their budget tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the school nutrition budget as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have an update on our ESSA fund expenditures. Mr. Krantz and Ms. Whitaker are here tonight to provide an update on how we have used ESSA funds and plans moving forward.
Good evening. So the ESSER funds, which is all under the CARES Act. The CARES Act has multiple funds. They have ESSER 1, GEAR, the state CRF, the county CRF, ESSER 2, the American Rescue Plan, which is now being referred to as ESSER 3. You can see in the first column the budgeted amount of each ESSER fund, what has been expanded. So you can see in ESSER 1, we've spent 100% of those funds. In the GEAR, we've spent a substantial portion, but those funds can go out until September 30th of 2022. The state CRF were funds that the state received that they had to set aside. They didn't use those funds, so then they brought them back to school education, and then that was our share of it. The county CRF, as you recall, the county had also set aside. They didn't use all of it, and so we were given a piece of it. The ESSER 2, which is $6.047 million, you can see we've spent $1.645 million of it. And then ESSER 3, it's $13.5 million, and that, to date, they've not come out and actually said what the final amount that we will receive, but it still seems that 13.5 is a pretty good estimate there. Of the total $23.687 million we've received for CARES Act-related funds, we spent $5.542 million of that, leaving us with a balance of $18.144 million. The ESSER 2 goes out until 2023. The ESSER 3 goes out until 2024, so there's ample time there to spend it. As we look at the funds and how we've spent it, the main categories that we've spent, COVID, which was in learning, so we addressed specifically learning-related issues. PPEs, you can see it was the largest expenditure of $2.7 million, so that's going to be dividers. That's going to be furniture, things that were purchased specifically to create social distancing and to address health inside of our buildings. The cost of the medical leave was where we did not use sick leave or anything of an employee's benefit. That was if you were sick, you were out, we picked up the tab at 100%. The midday run, so when the drivers were delivering the food, there's a reimbursement associated with that to school nutrition on the federal side. This is the dollars that were not covered by that reimbursement side of it. And then the ventilation, which will be what you've seen in classrooms and offices and things of that sort. We've spent $193,000 there. Of the $5.542 million, we've been reimbursed $2.708. So we've had to fund this all up front. The dollars didn't come to us day one. The district had to actually incur the expenditures, pay for the expenditures, and then seek reimbursement of those dollars. So we've gotten back 48.88% of what's been spent. We will be submitting, because everything goes in steps, and you can't jump the step process. We'll be submitting another $1.173 million within the next 7 days. That's 21.16%, leaving us with $1.660 million left to be reimbursed for. Those dollars will be out another 60 to 90 days before we can even think of seeking reimbursement on those particular funds. And that equals then the $5.5 million that's sitting there. The big thing to remember in COVID is this. Any expenditure we do has to be tied to COVID. It's the biggest explanation I can give. There's been discussion about construction. At this point in time, final rules have not been issued. But everything that's been written from the very first day of this event to today falls under federal audit guidelines, which I'm very familiar with. I've been registered as an expert witness in many federal courts as well as state courts throughout the United States. Everything says it has to be tied directly to COVID. If I can't tie it to COVID in the period of time of COVID, you're going to struggle passing an audit. Anything that gets spent that's later found in an audit not to be correct, the district has to write a check to the federal government for that expenditure. So we've been very, very conservative. The team has done a great job. I believe we'll pass any audit that somebody comes by. But as you see, we maybe don't jump as aggressively as I normally do sometimes. It's because it's very conservative, and I know that the rules are going to be, the audit process is going to be an interesting process. So we've been kind of slow and aggressive in all. The thing that we continue to do will be in ESSER 2, focus on ventilation, continue to address that inside of our school buildings and make sure that that is being done to the best of our ability. ESSER 3, which is the $13.5 million, for the first time, there's a specific percentage associated with it, with academics. So 20% of those funds have to be spent on learning loss, addressing the learning loss issue. and our summer school will easily fit inside of that category and meet, based off the preliminary budgets we've done, will meet the 20% test. But right now, it's kind of like that pot is set aside for the academic component in the event, but that will change. Things will change as the rules come out. You want to maximize the dollars, and that's what I think we've done a good job of so far during this process, is maximize the dollars that we spend and making sure we get them reimbursed. Any questions on my numbers?
So in ESSER 3, they still haven't given us all the rules of how we can spend that, right?
Biggest thing out there is on the construction side. There's a lot of people wanting to make that push that you're going to do construction. And one thing that has been very adamant in the rules since day one is, you know, like, for example, if you go out and do a prepaid expense, during the COVID period, you can use COVID funds to pay for it. But if that event goes outside of when COVID ends, whatever that may be, you will have to use your general purpose funds to cover it.
Okay.
So that's going to fall into your construction, the issue there. And so
Right.
everybody's waiting for Washington now to issue the rules, and there is no indication of when. They expect it any day now, but that's been for the past month too.
Any day. Okay.
Okay?
Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay.
Did the, Tommy, did the bonus that we did last year, that's not part of these funds technically?
Yes, sir, it is.
It
The
is. Where does
stipend,
it fall under?
1.345 million of it came out of ESSER number one.
So that's the one, okay. So
That
that's
was the
1.3 out of the
1.5.
1.5.
That was the
Okay.
$1.5 million
Okay.
ESSER one.
So we could do that again with future ESSER money or the remaining ESSER money if we deemed that we
Theoretically,
could,
so,
right?
I mean, yes, sir, theoretically you could. The rules are still applicable.
Okay. Anybody else? Thank you.
So we're going to talk to you a little bit about the funds that Tommy was referencing in regards to instruction. So as of now, we have some things that we have determined as an administrative team that we will be utilizing those funds for. In mental health, we are going to continue the youth mental health first aid training through 2024. We're also going to continue the 360 Universal Mental Health Screener for students through 2024. That screener was something that we were awarded a grant for this year that we applied for. And so we do have baseline data, but it's important for us to continue to collect that data so that we can meet students' needs and can help to identify where we can best assist our students. For technology, we're going to use some of the funds to continue our Chromebooks. As you may remember, we rolled them out. So we had them in elementary schools, but they were not taking those home. And so now we've begun that process. They got some older machines, and so we need to continue to purchase Chromebooks. We're also going to continue our Google Enterprise upgrade for teachers through 2024. That upgrade allows them to do breakout rooms and different types of components that they need in order to really maximize Google Classroom for their students. We're also going to be providing our Summer Academy from June 7th through July 1st, and you'll be receiving a presentation on that in just a few minutes. And that's for identified students in elementary, middle, and high school. We're going to focus on our reading and mathematics loss needs identified by schools, and also professional development related to COVID and aligned with the strategic plan. In order to figure out how to best address these, we are doing the addition of a coordinator of pre-K through 12 reading intervention and another secondary mathematics coach. These roles will assist us with planning and coordinating activities to address learning loss, helping to assess students' academic progress and assist educators in meeting the students' academic needs through differentiated instruction, and implementing evidence-based activities to meet the needs of students. But we need to figure out what else we need to do. So currently, our schools are working to communicate with their staff and gather lists of things that they would like to recommend to us. And so each school is working on this independently. They're discussing those needs with their leadership teams, and will be submitting their recommendations to us by the 6th. The Mental Health Advisory Board is also convening, and they're going to provide additional recommendations to us as well to address students' social and emotional needs. We'll compile those lists and review them to prioritize and determine what it is that we are able to fund so that we can help to address those needs. Do you have any questions for me?
I do appreciate the efforts on mental health, and I hope not just for the students, but the teachers also, as well as we're
Yes.
going forward with the summer and the fall. I think
Absolutely.
everybody's going to need a little boost.
Great, thank you.
And we'll continue to give you updates as this evolves over the next few weeks and months. Okay? All right, next, Mr. Krantz, you might be able to stay up there. Very excited to announce this. Our meetings with Christiansburg High School building projects for stakeholders, teachers, and students are starting. Actually, tomorrow, the students and the teachers. The students are in the morning, teachers in the afternoon, to start gaining input, and they'll get information about that project. They're also planning to do a meeting for you, just the board, and basically that meeting will go over the process with you as well, and then you'll get the same presentation to be able to provide the same types of input. And we're asking the board to approve a virtual meeting on May 25th for a school board visioning session. So that's what we'd ask for you to do tonight, to add that meeting as a virtual meeting. But Mr. Krantz, anything else you want to add to that? The dates?
Meyer laid it out very well. The only one he missed, that May 11th is a virtual meeting for the community. So we'll have the students tomorrow, the staff tomorrow, and then we'll come back on May 11th with a virtual meeting with the community, and then come to you on the 25th with the complete recap of everything we've heard. Get your input, go through the same exact process that the community will do on the 11th. Then in June and July, we'll complete with the development of the schematic design, which is basically what will the space look like. Kind of takes everybody's input, and then they create a space. And what's that building gonna look like? August and September, we'll begin work on the development, what's called the design development part of the project. So we're taking it from schematic design, heading toward construction. We need construction documents in order to do the permitting. Once we complete that, we're anticipating beginning construction drawings in November, completing them in December, having a solid budget on the project in December, and turning dirt in January of 2022.
Yep, and that's definitely the goal. And you all are welcome to come to any of these meetings. You can come to the student meeting tomorrow. Student meeting, we're doing it by Google Meet, I believe. That we're not.
They're all held via Zoom.
They're all going to be Zoom, even the
Yes, sir.
student. Okay.
And they should have the links in their emails.
And so, so you all can attend any of those meetings tomorrow morning with students at 10 a.m., tomorrow afternoon, teachers, 1 p.m. The community is May 11th. I encourage you to listen into the community presentation, which is at 6 p.m., and then, of course, May 25th. But this isn't the last time. Let the community know this is not the last time folks will be able to give input and that type of thing. So it will be ongoing as we move through the process. Okay, do you have any questions?
Ms. Drake, do we need a motion for the May 25th meeting or a consensus?
If you're comfortable with consensus, I think that works. If you're comfortable with consensus, I think that works.
Is everybody okay with the May 25th? I'm assuming it'll be at 7? 6, 7?
If that's the will of the board. And it would be virtual. They're ready. Crabtree's ready for a virtual presentation.
Right.
If that's okay.
I will not be able to attend, but I will try to attend the community ones to be able to hear.
Okay. Does anybody else have any concerns on that date?
You said it would be virtual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looks like we're
7
good.
o'clock, May 25th?
Sorry?
7 o'clock, May 25th.
Yes.
We'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you all. All right, thanks, Mr. Krantz. Next, an update for next year and some reminders. We're being mandated by the state legislator and the governor to adhere to 180-day or 990 instructional hours for next year, and this will require us to attend 5 days a week next year. Our plan is to move forward with the 21-22 calendar as the board has previously approved. This will make our first day of school on August 12th. What we like is in June, our administrative team will present a variety of topics to the board regarding considerations for the upcoming school year as it relates to what school will look like in the fall. What we'd like is for the board to have a dialogue regarding these topics prior to recommendations being made in July. And so what we're asking is that second June meeting, June 15th, that we'll just simply give you some topics that we need input on and your thoughts on, and let you all simply have a dialogue on those topics. And then, listen to you, and then we will also, before July, the only July meeting I believe that we're going to have comes back, we'll be listening to your conversations, but we'll also be listening to recommendations from the CDC, the VDH, and the VDOE, because their guidance is changing, about every week right now, and so we don't know what it's going to look like in July, obviously, but we will continue to adhere to their guidance. And one thing that we want to do as we move into next year is just to continue to be vigilant about, the different variants and other concerns as we move forward, and to continue to be flexible as we move forward, as flexible as we have this year. And so, but we look forward to listening to your thoughts, and we're sort of brainstorming some topics for the June meeting to listen to your input on and thoughts on as how we move forward. Any questions
Did
about
you say
that?
the second meeting in June?
Yes.
Why would it not be on the first meeting in June if we were going to have that conversation?
Yeah, the first meeting in June is a closed meeting for
that's right, true.
superintendent's evaluation.
Okay, yeah, so we're not having one of these meetings in June.
But what we're going to do is that second meeting in June, we're going to do it in here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to do, the first meeting we're going to do at PD Center. The second meeting, when we're having that discussion, when y'all are having that discussion, we're going to do it in here so folks can see the discussion being held.
And I also wanted to point out, based on the information that you just shared with us, I would like to suggest that we move the July 20th meeting, which is right now a placeholder, to July 13th. What this will do is provide more time in case the board needs to approve anything prior to the first day of school. Does anyone object to that change? It just gives the teachers and the staff more time if there are things that we need to approve. And again,
Sorry,
it can be a placeholder.
What was the original date? The 20th?
Right now, it's a placeholder is the 20th, and moving it up 1 week so that they have a little more time before. Because teachers come back that last week of July, first week of August. New teachers.
And this is probably a good time to share as well that there's new state law in regards to electronic meetings for board members too. Brenda, do you know off the top of your head what exactly it is?
So previously, you were limited to electronic participation to 2 meetings per calendar year. And electronic participation meaning that you as a single board member were participating electronically, not that the entire board meeting was virtual. We are still allowed to do that because we are still in a state of emergency through the governor. But now the state has changed that single person electronic participation to 30% of meetings or 3, whichever is greater. 30% of our meetings will be greater. That number is not based on an average. It is not based on going back and looking at anything. It is a live count as the year goes on. So you're looking at potentially between 5 to 7, maybe even 8 times that you could participate electronically if you needed to because of that change in legislation. And we'll be bringing that policy change to you with the regular legislative changes in May. But that's something that you can be able to take advantage of starting in July.
Good.
Is it a calendar year?
It is a calendar
And you
year.
said it was rolling, or is it starts on
It's not a school
January
year.
1st?
It's a calendar year.
It's a calendar year, but it is kind of rolling, right? So when we got explanations on this from Elizabeth Ewing with BSBA, she manages their policy services. She said that as the clerk, I have to kind of keep count of where we are and what 30% of the current count is.
I guess what I mean is, can a board member, just to take a corner case, if you will, can a board member attend the first meeting of the year virtually?
Yes, I believe so. Because it's whichever is greater. 3 or whichever is greater. So I think your first 3 are covered
Okay.
no matter what.
Gotcha.
And at that point, then you'd be looking at the 30%.
Gotcha. Okay. That's welcome news, I think. It's good to at least move into the proper century. So.
Thanks, Brenda, for that update. Okay, next, a mathematics update. Jennifer Wall's here to provide an update on the new Math Pathway Initiative that is coming down the road in a couple of years. There's a lot of dialogue around the state about this new initiative. So Jennifer's here to give you a quick update on where we are, or the state is, rather.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Meyer. I am here to share information on the Virginia Mathematics Pathway Initiative. So I'll start by giving some background and the purpose of the Virginia Mathematics Pathway Initiative. It is a joint initiative between the Virginia Department of Education, the State Council for Higher Education, also known as SCHEV, and the Virginia Community College System, VCCS. So their aim is to modernize and update math instruction for K-12 students in Virginia to help prepare them for their jobs and careers beyond high school. They are currently receiving feedback to inform the development of the new state standards, which will go into effect to support all of the students in Virginia. Now, these draft standards would not go to the Virginia Board of Education for approval until the year 2023. Every 7 years, they review the standards of learning. We're just starting a little bit early in mathematics because there are some additional changes than what is typical in a year. So the math standards will be proposed for kindergarten through high school and will focus on reasoning, real-world problem solving, communication, and conceptual connections. The proposal recommends additional course pathways for students in high school that would include courses in statistics, data science, modeling, design, and logic. So those would be in addition to the current courses that we offer, such as pre-calculus, DE calculus, and the AP calculus. And it aligns more with our career clusters, so giving students an opportunity to take some courses that might provide them with some mathematical content that better relates to their post-secondary pursuits. The implementation of VMPI still allows for student acceleration according to their ability and achievement. So decisions about how and when students take specific courses lies with the school division and the students. So local school divisions are still able to have flexibility to create courses that are aligned to the state standards and course codes so that they meet the needs of the students in their division. The VMPI project has 5 goals: to improve equity in mathematics learning, to empower students to be active participants in a quantitative world, to encourage students to see themselves as knowers and doers of mathematics, to identify K-12 math pathways to support future success, and to collaborate with multiple stakeholders to advance math education. They've tried to bring a number of groups to the table, including business leaders and, again, the higher education, teachers, parents, community members, gifted, special education support. So they tried to incorporate a lot of stakeholder feedback. The 2 graphics you see on the screen are from the VMPI infographic. One shows how the desire is to connect to Virginia's 5 C's, which is part of the profile of a graduate, to help students be, again, ready for the mathematics that they will see in the world beyond high school. And also, looking at our focus on equity, these are the results of the most recent administration of the mathematics SOL test, which was in the spring of 2019. And you can see that we have achievement gaps in multiple subgroups across the state. So I kind of chunked the VMPI proposal into 3 different segments. The first segment is the foundational math concepts, which is typically taught between grades K through 7. The 5 strands that you see represented are the same 5 strands that we currently have in our standards of learning. And our goal is to continue building on the current process skills we have of the reasoning, problem solving, communication, and conceptual connections. Our standards have sometimes been described as a mile wide and an inch deep. So the goal is to focus more on the essential standards and be able to learn, do more deep learning with those concepts. Then the second chunk is what is called the essential math concepts, and that's typically taught in grades 8 through 10. That does look a little bit different in the proposal than we currently have. We've got some new strands because of the way our environment is changing, including mathematical modeling and spatial reasoning, functions in algebra, and data analysis. So again, the VMPI task force is seeking feedback right now on perhaps reorganizing the content that was typically taught in courses Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 to make it more integrated and try to help students see the connections between the content in those three courses more easily and be able to apply that knowledge more easily as well. So again, they're seeking feedback. We're still in the informational stage of that integrated approach. One thing that the DOE has noted is that many of the nations that are our global competitors use a similar integrated approach in their own mathematics instruction. Then the third chunk is the advanced math concepts typically taught in grades 11 and 12. So again, our pre-calculus, calculus options wouldn't change according to the proposal, but they are recommending that we look at adding additional courses. Because as you can see from their graphic, only 28% of college majors require calculus. The vast majority of college majors do not. And yet we have very limited options outside of that calculus pathway in Virginia at this time. So they have drafted potentially having modules in data, design, analysis, modeling, and computing. Again, they're trying to align those with Virginia's career clusters. So if a student is going into an IT field, they might be interested in taking the computing modules. If they're going into finance or marketing, the modeling modules might be more of interest to them. They're looking into construction or architecture, they might look more to the design modules. So trying to have flexibility, more options for students to continue taking advanced level math that may not be choosing to take advanced math at this time. The timeline, all of this is currently in the development stage. Changes are under discussion with a variety of stakeholders. So they've had an informational webinar for teachers in December. They've had a couple of book groups facilitated on the Catalyzing Change book series. They're holding informational webinars for the community on their VDOE YouTube channel. 3 of those have occurred and the recordings are available. The 4th one is coming up at the end of May. They do have a form on the VMPI webpage for feedback. So parents or community members or teachers can go to that form, they can submit their opinions, they can submit questions, and then the VDOE representatives or the VMPI task force will try to address those. We have communicated with teachers and principals in our community through a variety of channels such as email, our elementary and secondary updates, some of the curriculum meetings that have occurred after the information started coming out, newsletters, and then our social media channels as well. Now, because this is aligned with the 7-year review of standards, there will continue to be opportunities for feedback. After they actually draft standards, they'll have more public hearings. There'll be opportunities for parents, teachers, community members to give feedback on the actual drafts that they create as well. So the tentative timeline would be taking a draft to the board in the year 22-23. The board would approve any kind of standards changes in 23-24. We'd have a crosswalk year, and then full implementation of the standards will not occur until the year 25-26. If there are any graduation requirement changes, they would not be implemented until the 26-27 school year. So that's a brief update. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate you explaining this. I've had a few different parents contact me, and people are starting to talk about it now. And there are some concerns out there. What do you see as possible problems that could come from this change? Do you foresee anything that might be something we should be concerned about?
A couple of the things that are being discussed right now, these are questions that have come up to the VMPI task force, is a certification issue. If we move to an integrated course offering, integrated 1, 2, and 3, teachers who are certified right now to teach through algebra, how would that affect them? So licensure and endorsements is one thing that they're discussing right now. And of course, materials and professional development. There have been several states in the United States that have moved to an integrated model, but without providing the right resources and materials up front, that professional development up front, it can be very challenging to make that change. So I think one thing that VMPI Task Force is taking very seriously is the creation of quality resources and professional development to be front-loaded so that teachers are not struggling to try to find resources to make it happen.
I think some parents are concerned that this would hold back students who maybe take more advanced classes now at an earlier grade level. Do you see that as something that could happen, or is this, I'm not quite sure how to answer them when they ask me that question, so.
Sure. And I think there was a lot of confusion around that at the beginning. And what the state has come through and very clearly said is at this point, there isn't even a proposal in front of them, and they don't anticipate changing anything in terms of school divisions creating their own courses, making sure the standards are aligned. And that's what we've done in the past. There is no advanced Math 6 curriculum provided by the state. It's a course that we created, and we combined Math 6 and Math 7 standards into that course. So it seems as though that is still going to be an option.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So to kind of piggyback on what Sue was saying, because I've of course heard a lot and I consume a fair amount of media, and certainly this seems to already be becoming a kind of a political hot potato in some ways. And as I have, read up on it a little bit more and listening to people in the know, because I don't know a whole lot about this. I certainly, as I come to understand more, I think this, at least on paper, this looks like a really good idea, right? And it, I think it might be important, maybe even for us as a district, but really for everyone in the state, right? Before all this misinformation, I think, takes root. I think it might be important for the state VDOE to to really take a lead on that, to keep that misinformation at bay, I guess. But I think one of the things that we're going to need, I think also is going to be resources, right? And I don't know. The state is good at telling us that you have to do this, or you have to adopt this new thing and that new thing, and not really giving us the resources to do it. But, I think the idea that, even as I was looking through this presentation, like the first thing I see is, well, not everybody needs calculus. And so, yeah, there is kind of a, as somebody who took AP calculus and who sees that in a lot of, courses and things in college, you're like, wait a minute, are you going to dumb it down? And then you look and you see, mathematical modeling and probabilities and statistics. And these are areas that when I went through school, and I think when all of us went through school, there just wasn't enough of that. And that's becoming such a more important part of our world. And so, and you're right, not everybody is necessarily good at calculus. And maybe you don't need calculus for everything, but maybe you can do well in another branch of mathematics. So I think on the surface, this seems like a really good idea, but I think the devil on this is going to be in the details, but I hope that it gets a fair shake. And I think my feedback back to the state would be, make sure that it does, right? And fight that misinformation. I think we need to do a little bit of that too.
Right. I think those are great points. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Go ahead.
So for me, how's the accountability with all these different areas? And how's that going to play out with the way things are, how folks are held accountable now?
You mean in terms of like SOL testing?
Yes, and any other standards that are out there.
Right. At this point, they do have the Office of Assessment at the table with VMPI, because I think one of the things that they would like to see are perhaps some more performance-based assessments at some point in the future. That hasn't been put in print anywhere, so I don't know if that will actually come out looking that way. But again, Case 7 I don't think is going to look tremendously different than it has in the past, so I would anticipate those SOL assessments or the new growth assessments that they've passed to probably move forward. I think more of the changes would come in that content that's typically taught in the 8th through 10th grade years. Did that answer your question?
I'm not sure. And some of that is because it's still moving. So the one thing that I did appreciate about No Child Left Behind is that it broke our children down into groups so that we could see where our students are not achieving at the levels we want them to achieve at and try to address that, which has been a frustration for me, that as everybody moves up, the gaps don't narrow, or if they do, there's still gaps. So if the accountability piece in making sure that we're seeing that students are being taught and not just promoted, because you learned this, so that meant that you made some progress. Okay, we went through this before. Well, okay.
Gotcha.
This is what we've been doing for many years in public education. Is just, okay, well, they made some progress. Let's move them on. And I don't want to see that happen. I want to see clear and definite goals and I hate to use benchmarks, but where our children are being assessed for as a whole, and not where our children are not being assessed as a whole, and making sure that we're looking at what's going on with all of our children.
Yes, and I think those subgroups will they'll continue to look at the subgroups. I definitely don't see that going away. So whatever form the assessment takes, I think they will still look at all of the subgroups to make sure that we're closing those achievement gaps, because they do have a big focus on equity. One of the only graphs on their infographic shows the breakdown in the subgroups in terms of achievement gaps.
Okay, so one of the things they need to stop, and I've been saying this for years, using the term subgroups, because it's demeaning.
Student groups.
Okay, student groups is a better way of saying it, and we need to stop doing that, because none of our children are sub to any other child.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Well, I appreciate the presentation, because definitely social media got it wrong. And I think that caused a lot of misunderstanding and the panic what exactly happening. So I really appreciate that we took the time to make this presentation for all the listening folks out there, to clear their mind, that tomorrow algebra, geometry, and algebra 2 is not off the list and then what everybody's going to do. But I feel like the real life and math connection is going to happen if all these things comes out right. And I hope that maybe the math will be a subject that our students will not be scared of, so that they will actually show more interest if they can relate to what they learn, what they're going to do. So that modules idea is exciting. So hopefully it will be fun to see.
That would be great.
Anybody else?
Just to play off of what she just said, what Ms. Cron just said about, those algebra courses not going away. In slide 3, you say one of your bullet points is the proposal recommends additional course pathways for students in high school that include, blah, blah, blah. So does that imply that it is not the intention of the state to take away any of those other pathways, that this is a broadening of the choices available, or does that remain to be seen?
My understanding is it would be an addition of the modules. I don't know if the integrated courses would be in addition to or an option for Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 with those 3 courses staying, or if it would be taking that content and reorganizing it into integrated 1, 2, and 3, and those would be the only choices. I'm not sure what
I would assume that we would probably reorganize some. I don't see there being the resources to do it any other way. But I guess my question is, are those, will those pathways still exist even if they're reorganized, from what you know about this?
I'm not completely clear. My gut says if they go with an integrated approach, that will be statewide, and it wouldn't be, you can do integrated or you can do algebra, geometry, algebra 2, but I don't know that. They could easily come out and say, it's your choice.
I guess maybe to use an example, like since they were, kind of picking on calculus before, we'll keep picking on calculus, but let's say there are students who are interested in an engineering field and want to keep going down that track. I mean, obviously, I expect that we will continue to offer a pathway that ends in some advanced level of calculus as
Absolutely.
well, right? Okay.
Yes, there's no question, calculus is here to stay.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I do have a quick question to kind of touch on what Ms. Franklin had talked about. Do you think that this concept might be a chance to maybe catch some students? I want to say I know everything is done kind of by SOL testing and placement and that type of thing, but can that possibly help to be looked at more like throughout the year and be able to follow them to before they get to that SOL test to see those needs and see the help that they need and get that, so the SOL test, they could perform a better score instead of, okay, so we get to the SOL test and you didn't pass it. Do you think that this concept here would maybe better benefit those students who we could maybe kind of see easier through this possibly, or be able to help them before they get to a test that's going to say, you need to go here, you're not ready for this math yet, or however, to kind of help them more yearly rather than waiting on a one test to determine where that student needs to be placed?
Sure, and I think having a narrower focus and being able to go more deeply into standards is really going to benefit students too, because they're not going to have to try to catch up on a lot of different topics. They're going to have the time they need to really learn and do a deep dive into the content and make those connections. So I think that will be easier for us to be able to track and see how well things are going.
Okay, great, thank you.
And right now, we're able to do some of that with our MAP assessments, right?
We do, yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
And we do those 3 times a year.
We have,
So this thought just came to me with this conversation. So with the career paths that we have now, and knowing you have to take this, and this, would this be a way that some of our students would be discouraged from becoming an engineer or a doctor or whatever, because they look at that path and go, geez, I don't really want to have to do all that math. I can go this way and I can take this career that will limit, quite frankly, minority students in some of the fields where we're trying to get minority students into, because it's easier to go this way than it is to go this way. So I'm just going to go here.
Well, I think the goal is to really build mathematics, positive math identities, so that as students finish with their, the equivalent of the 10th grade mathematics course, they feel prepared to go into any of the strands that matches what their post-secondary career goals would be. So one of the main focuses and one of the ways to build equity is to really help students build that belief in themselves that they are knowers and doers of mathematics. And if they leave the equivalent of the 10th grade course thinking, I'm ready for any of these pathways, then hopefully it will encourage them to really branch into some advanced math courses that some students may have chosen not to take in what we are doing today. So the goal is definitely to build that up.
My understanding too is that, at least, and I've seen this with even my own children, but that a lot of students, they'll get to a certain, they do their Algebra 1, their Geometry, their Algebra 2, they're done in 10th grade, and they do 2 years of no math whatsoever. Then they go to college, and they have to take a math class, and it's extremely difficult because they've gone 2 years without having any experience in math. My understanding in reading this is that that's part of what they're trying to fill that gap, to provide courses that are math-oriented but not pre-calculus and calculus. I know neither one of my daughters were going to be science math people. They're not STEM, and that they didn't see why they should do that. But now this gives them a chance to do something like the statistics which is a course my daughter had to take for anyway in college. So that was my understanding, is it's actually a way to fill that.
And that's a very good point, Sue, because I know the community college system, for a long time has said that, they get so many students coming out of high school to take that math placement test, so they know, which courses they can take, and some don't do very well. And I think it's just what you stated. They've been out of doing that math for so long that,
Yeah, they get rushed through the math curriculum, encouraged by their parents to do that, and
Right.
then they're like, okay, I'm done, and now I don't have to take any math 11th and 12th grade, and then it's a big shock when you move on to whatever kind of education you want to do later, or any kind of job. I mean, you haven't done math for a couple of years, so.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
All right, anybody else? Okay, thank you
right,
so
thank you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall, for that update. And we'll continue to give updates as this progresses in the coming months. Next, we have Mr. Pauly and Dr. Wickham to provide an update on our new expanded summer academy for this coming summer.
So Mr. Pauly and I, we're excited to share with you all some information tonight about our Summer Academy. So what's the purpose of our Summer Academy? The goal is to ensure that every child is successful and prepared for the next school year. We know that the pandemic has impacted student learning in a variety of ways, including reduction in instructional time and challenges with remote learning and increased reliance on technology. So we want to provide additional learning time and support so that all students are ready to move to the next grade level. So what is our academy? It's a half-day instructional program with an intensive focus on essential skills in math and language arts. You can see the time breakout there for both elementary and middle, which are similar. Transportation will be provided, and we'll also be providing grab-and-go meals. So how are our teachers going to get this done in the academy? The curriculum and supporting resources are going to be provided and organized by grade level. All teachers will have access to the curriculum for each grade level, allowing teachers to match instruction to the students' instructional needs. Their instructional levels will be identified by their current teacher and communicated with summer school staff. That way, if I'm a 5th grade teacher and I have a student working on 2nd grade and another student who needs 3rd grade skills, I can dive into the curriculum and grab the information that I need to support them. When is our academy? June 7th through July 1st, Monday through Thursday. You can see there that elementary, 3 hours of instruction each day. We'll have morning and afternoon sessions, 2 sessions a day, with being able to offer 119 total sections for Elementary Summer Academy. Secondary, also 3 hours. There's 1 session with 2 instructional blocks and a midday break for lunch and activity with 24 total sections. Elementary specifically, we have close to 1,200 students in grades K through 5 who need some additional learning time. They've struggled completing work, or they're working below grade level expectations that we've invited. We have 89 teachers and we have 42 instructional aides. Each elementary school will host their own program at their own school, with the exceptions of Bellevue, Christiansburg Elementary, and Christiansburg Primary. Due to renovations, we'll hold those programs at Falling Branch. Mr. Pauly.
Thank you, Dr. Wickham. At the middle school level, we just have a little few students. We started out with about 350 students we anticipated, but we're down to 209 in grades 6 through 8 who we feel are not prepared for the next grade level. We use these 3 criteria. If they failed math and or English but with a grade of below 50%, or their MAP scores have indicated that they are working below grade level expectations, or their performance level on reading and or math SOL tests indicate that their knowledge and skills are below basic. So that third bullet, of course, we are waiting on that data point. So we could have more and we could have less students, but I anticipate it being around that number. We will have 6 math teachers and 6 English teachers. They've all been identified and confirmed. And we have 7 special education teachers with 4 instructional aides, again, all identified and confirmed. We will have 1 location. Middle School Summer Academy will be at Christiansburg High School for all students from all 4 middle schools. And then for high school, we're really not doing anything different this year. It is not a summer academy, it is a summer school. And I just broke it down to show you. We've been doing it this way for a number of years. We have 3 groups of students who attend summer school and high school. Of course, it's a bit different from middle school and elementary school, because in high school, if you pass a course, you earn a credit. If you don't pass a course, you don't earn the credit. So it is very focused on credit recovery for the repeat students. Students taking repeat courses in those listed there would be because they did not earn the credit, and they are seeking to earn that credit so they can move forward without missing a pace the following school year. We also every year offer, for as long as I can remember, 2 early graduation courses, English 12 and Government. These are new courses to those students who are hoping to graduate early. So some of these students, most of these students are planning on graduating in the middle of the school year next year by getting English 12 and Government out of the way. And then we also, for the last several years, have offered some new courses. HPE 9 has become popular over the summer for students who want to get HPE 9, rising ninth graders. They want to get it out of the way over the summer so that they have room in their schedules. It opens up scheduling options for them, as well as the ability to take additional courses. We also, EPF stands for Economics and Personal Finance. We approve our students in the summer to take virtual through EPF through Virtual Virginia, and we do not count it as an external course when they do that. And again, that's a lot of students like to get that out of the way. And I put other courses TBD because we like to remain open-minded as to what else we might possibly offer. But at this time, what's in front of you represents what we've been doing in all of the years past, and these are what we are definitely doing this summer. So I believe that's it. Are there any questions for Dr. Wickham or for me?
Okay, so with middle school, with the math or English, so below 50%?
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't think that 50% folks need some help?
So this comes from a conversation with the middle school principals. There are a number of reasons why a student would have a grade of 50% or above a 50%. It is not reflective necessarily of their content mastery. It could be because they didn't turn in assignments. That's the most likely reason for them to have a grade that's failing, but above 50%, so 50 to 59. That's why we include those other 2 things. So if a student has a 50%, but they're at grade level with math, and they take the SOL test and they're also at grade level, then they're going to be fine to move forward.
So if they, go ahead.
Here's another challenge, too, that I think you need to mention, is teachers. We've had a hard time staffing middle school teachers. Elementary, we had a lot of folks who applied. I mean, how many did you say?
I believe it was 89.
We have 89, and your core math and English is only 12 from our middle school. So we really had a hard time finding middle school teachers. And so that limited to the numbers that we can serve in middle school.
I was gonna ask what's our staffing need and where are we on that, both timeline and numbers wise?
Everyone's been hired, correct?
Yes, so the 6 math teachers and the 6 English teachers is adequate if we stay at 209 students. It puts the math classes, or the classes, depending on grade level, somewhere between 16 and 18 students. So we anticipate this number certainly could go down. It could be that when we have students take the SOL test, that they do score high enough that maybe they can be no longer have to attend summer school. But if it stays at 209, we've got 16 to 18 students per class. And again, as Dr. Meyer said, it was tough to get 12 middle school teachers to agree to do summer academy.
I can't imagine why, Carl.
Yeah.
And at the elementary level, we've already sent out our letters, our first round of letters to our parents to invite students to our summer academy. We have started receiving the letters back. We're also asking again if our children need transportation, but we've already assigned our teachers to our students, and we're starting to communicate that information with parents.
Any other questions?
Well, I'm just going to say this, the criteria bothers me. And if we don't have enough teachers to teach, we do what we can do. But just because you may score at the base level or just above the base level? Is that truly saying we know that these students are going to be able to really be successful at the next level?
So the way I've encouraged the middle school principals to look at each of these criteria is to look at them both independently and collectively. So there's no one criteria that should be used for summer academy. For example, I could also foresee a student end up passing a class. They get a D, but their MAP scores still don't show that they have reached they're still below grade level expectations, and they also don't do well on the SOL test, they're below basic. That student still needs to come to summer academy. Just because the grade is at a passing level doesn't mean that they've mastered the content, because there are so many factors that go into a grade. Now, a lot of teachers still use effort to be included in a grade. And then kids may hurry up and turn in a bunch of assignments that they got zeros on and just get by with a 59.5 and they passed. We just don't want to use just their grade as the sole criteria.
Right, and I understand that. It just seems that the bar seems to be a little low.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last part.
Seems that the bar is a little low.
Yes, ma'am.
What will happen at the end of the academy? So they've gone for 4 weeks and they have not performed well. What's the plan?
That's an excellent question. So we are tracking progress in elementary. So each week, the children will have some kind of math assessment and some kind of language assessment. And then at the end of the program, we'll have our final assessment. Our SAP teams back in the school will have the opportunity then to meet based on that data that we collect for every single child to determine what kind of support they might need the next school year.
Yes, exactly the same for the middle school.
Anybody else? All right, thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ms. Whitaker. Is Mr. McKee helping you out with this as well? Yes. Okay, excellent. Our ANTS program. Dr. Schultz as well, thank you. One of the most innovative programs in Virginia. In fact, they're about to be highlighted tomorrow, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and
Yes.
so what we're doing is above and beyond, and it is innovative, unlike no other program in the state. And so I'm excited to share this information with you.
Yes, we are. We are so excited to share it with you tonight. It's our AMPS leadership team, and we're going to share with you a little bit of just a reminder of why we're doing this, and then to tell you where we are, and kind of give you a heads up of what we're going to be presenting about our school division tomorrow for the Region 6 and 7 School Board Association. So as you know, enrollment in traditional teacher preparation programs has decreased significantly. The last data that was given to us was about 2 years ago, and that was a 35% decrease in enrollment in college preparatory programs. So we can do everything we want to recruit, but we can't recruit people who aren't there. And so a couple of years ago, we said, well, we're going to have to address that issue and get ahead of it because we know that it's coming to us. The latest data, again, that the state has given us on the critical shortage is from the 18-19 school year. They do it every couple of years. But during that time, there were almost 1,000, the number rose, unfilled teaching positions in the state. That means for the entire year, those were classrooms with no certified teachers. And so we want to work to address that. That's not something that Montgomery County is experiencing yet, but we are not immune, and so we wanted to get ahead of that. What we know, what the Learning Policy Institute tells us, is that there's 4 main things that contribute to hiring and retaining teachers. First is competitive compensation. Thanks to the work of this board, Montgomery County has competitive compensation, and we are able to hire and pay teachers. Next is effective training and preparation, support for teachers, and then teaching conditions, including supportive leadership. The critical shortage areas that I just spoke to you about are listed here. These were updated this year for us, and these are the top 10 areas with critical shortage in the state of Virginia. You can see number 1 is special ed, with second being elementary education. I will tell you, elementary ed a few years ago was not even on the list. And so seeing it continue to rise is certainly concerning to us. With all middle ed grades 6 through 8, number 3, mathematics, career and technical education, science, foreign language, English, library, history, and social science. Pretty much covers the gambit. Sometimes it changes a little bit, but overall, I think there's such a shortage that they just move in between each other. So there's two main routes to licensure. The first is the traditional route, which means you go to a 4-year institute and you receive a traditional teaching certificate. Some schools do a 5-year program, enroll in a master's degree, but essentially you're going to school full-time, going through the teacher preparation program, and come out with a teaching certificate. The second is the alternate licensure route. And there's a couple of ways that you can do that. One of them is the Career Switcher program. That program is one where you meet a couple of weekends over the year. It does provide teacher training for you, and then you are able to work with that university. It's not something school divisions can do. You're able to work with the university who sponsors that to get your teaching license while you're teaching. The other is a technical professional license. That's for CTE teachers typically, and what happens is your career experience is able to translate into the work experience, and then you have a variety of classes that you still need to take during those first couple of years to get you that teaching license. And then the third is through a local licensure program. So there's a law, and I've got it quoted there for you. It's AVEC C-20-2390. But essentially it says that a Virginia educational agency may submit to the superintendent of public instruction an alternate approval or alternate licensing program to be approved by the state. So you may remember a couple years ago, Dr. Schultz and I went down to Richmond to visit the state, and we pitched a proposal to them, thinking they would kind of tell us everything we needed to fix and come back in a year when you got that all figured out. And instead they said, wow, you guys are really on your way. We want you to start this immediately. Let's get going. And so we were happy and shocked and started to hit the road. So the 5 classes that's required, so when I said like the technical professional, you need to have a variety of courses so that you have that coursework as well. You don't have to take all of the classes that you would take in college, but there are 5 areas of study you need to have. Some universities blend them into different classes. They may not call them these classes, but they take the essential components of the course at the university level, and they have to make sure to deliver that content to students in the program. So that's human development and learning, curriculum and instruction, classroom and behavior management, assessment of and for learning, foundations of education and the teaching profession, and then for those licenses to which it applies, elementary especially, language and literacy. We did not develop those models yet, but we were asked by the state after we finished this program to add that in. Oh, I clicked on a link. I did, didn't I? And so that brought us to our model. And so what we wanted to do was take the research that we shared with you in the beginning and make sure we had those 4 essential components in our plan. Again, the pay is there, but we wanted to make sure that we have job-embedded learning, scaffolded instruction, and that we provide sustained mentoring, coaching, and support based upon actionable feedback to our teachers. So we got the go-ahead from the state on our ideas, and the next step was, how did we develop AMPS?
Good evening. So it took a lot of work, basically. What you can see on these 2 screens, these were only the meetings that I could find on my calendar that had agendas from 2019 to here. So this does not include all the informal passings in the hall or the number of times that I would wait in between other meetings to drop into Annie's office and ask questions. It also doesn't demonstrate any of the work that took place outside of those meetings. So we're going to talk to you about a whole lot of team members that worked on this. This is only when they were together. There were multiples of this number of hours of people spent working individually on the project. So as Annie said, the first thing we did was go into the Code of Virginia and find all the stuff that they said people needed to do. So essentially, we went through and just kind of did a fine-tooth comb and pulled out every single thing that it said in every one of those 5 classes. When we do that, you find out that there are 115 things that the state says people need to know how to do. Interestingly, lesson planning is not one of those things. So, we always thought that was kind of funny. We're like, well, we're going to make sure that we have you do that anyway. Then what we did is say, okay, now we have these 115 components, like every little specific thing across these 5 classes. And we wanted to first look at which licenses needed which pieces, right? So we found a couple of interesting things, like sometimes you might see that a CTE teacher, they might say, didn't have to learn something about assessment. And we think we would like them to do that. So we're going to have everybody that goes through our program kind of do all those pieces. So we went through and aligned all of the different components and tried to match them up to the different licensure areas. Then what we did, and this is kind of the sort of the piece that the state really liked, is that we matched everything back to the teacher performance standards so that as a teacher participates in our program and completes our program, there's not a separate evaluation for AMPS and a separate evaluation for working in the classroom. If you are completing all of your work and doing a great job in AMPS, then you're going to be getting a good evaluation. If either of those, so you don't have somebody who's doing great in the classroom but not getting the coursework done, or somebody who's doing great coursework but not doing great in the classroom. So the two things go together. Then what we did, and this is another piece that gives us that we have a lot of flexibility with as a school division that that colleges and universities don't, and that is we were able to look across all 5 classes and say, what are the things that a teacher needs on day 1, in month 1, in the first 9 weeks, in the first semester to survive and decide to come back and want to keep being a teacher. So instead of a teacher taking a class where you say, okay, I'm going to take all of my behavior management stuff in the first semester at night while I'm working as a teacher, and then I'm done, right? We're able to break it down into pieces and say, you're going to do this part of classroom management first, you're going to do this part of working with parents first, you're going to do this part of lesson planning first, and kind of put the priority content up front for them right away. Then looking at our program, our provisional licenses are good for 3 years. So our program is a 30-month program that puts you right around January of that 3rd year of teaching. And our goal is to work with them intensively in the summer, work with them on teacher work days, and provide coaching throughout the year. So we have plenty of face-to-face contact time with the teachers. But the big idea here is that by structuring it this way, we're able to stay on them the whole time, right? So they are going to work on a classroom management plan in the summer at the very beginning. They're going to work on their classroom management plan for 30 months, and they're going to develop really high-level evidence of what they've done to work with kids, what reflections they've done on situations that were difficult, how they've worked with parents, how they've communicated. And so that we will give them time to develop and grow and mature and show sophistication in the most important teaching things. So lesson planning is going to be 30 months long. Management's going to be 30 months long. But, you know, the foundations of education and knowing who Horace Mann is, that's not going to be 30 months long. That's going to be, you know, sort of a quick, much quicker piece. The other piece about the 30-month time frame is by breaking it up into not having courses, our teacher, it's an all or nothing proposition. So if a teacher comes in and they work with us and they complete the entire program, then we recommend them for continuing contract, and we recommend that we go to the state and we say, okay, we believe that they've met the professional studies requirements for these 5, what would be courses. If you leave us after a year and a half, you don't leave with a course and a half. You just leave. So that's kind of an interesting piece, but what it does is it does have the benefit of a built-in retention piece. You're not going to have to pay for 5 classes. We're going to make you ready to survive and thrive in Montgomery County. We're essentially teach you the Montgomery County way. This is like, we're a great place. We have great talent. We want you to be one of our great teachers. Here's how you do it. Stick with us and we'll get you through. So essentially then what we did was we had to take all these pieces, we regrouped them into what we're calling our 4 AMPS components. Basically, the 4 most important things that we want teachers to focus on. We want the learning environment is critical, instruction is critical, student learning, and professionalism. How do you behave as a Montgomery County teacher? And one of the things that I'm proud of, having been able to work on the strategic plan team, was that early on in AMPS development, it coincided with some of the strategic planning work. So we've actually been able to build the AMPS program explicitly linking to the strategic plan as we went through and saying that these were the things that we wanted to make sure we stayed in touch with. So if you take the AMPS curriculum in the center and think about these, we have components and strands and learning targets. They're all the pieces of what we're going to teach teachers. We made sure that they align with the teacher performance standards, which come from the VDOE and Montgomery County. We made sure that they align with the 5 Cs, which we've built into our instructional model and come from the DOE. We've made sure that we've checked off we're going to check off every box on the professional studies requirements. And then we also have made sure that we've aligned with critical pieces of the strategic plan. So when you put that all together, you get a framework that this is, the text is small. We don't intend for you to believe that, to be able to read all of this. But as you can see, in terms of beliefs, if you look at what the biggest chunk of this curriculum overview document is, the biggest part is our strategic plan and how when we're going to go to the state and say you've met these professional studies requirements, it's because you've met these professional studies requirements, not just about what the state says, but what we believe is important in Montgomery County.
I tell you what, I still pinch myself when I wake up every morning, just because I'm happy to be an employee of Montgomery County Public Schools and working with these two individuals as well as the other team and Dr. Meyer and you guys. I mean, this program in itself is amazing because we presented this at other forums, and the other school divisions were just amazed in terms of all the time and effort that it takes to going into this. But as you know, everything looks great on paper. Right, everything is phenomenal until you put it in practice. Then you say, okay, what can we improve on? So we've worked really hard on getting some feedback from all the participants in the program, and I'm gonna go over that in a little bit. But we had to find a tool that we've already used within our division to make sure we can house all of the portfolio events and all the activities that our students are doing, so that we can be able to share that with the principals and share that with the instructors so that we can see it. So we use Google Classroom because it provides a comprehensive electronic portfolio accessible to participants, evaluator, principal, program instructors, and program managers. So Google Classroom is what we use, and we've had a great retired ITRT, Kelly Nakel, who's been working since day one to ensure that the staff and the students have everything they need to make sure they get what they need in Google Classroom. So that's what we use. And like I said, the instructor needs to view the component, the content by component and strand. The principal and evaluator needs to view by evaluation strand. And Jonathan mentioned that, when they're doing all the assignments, we use that for their evaluation at the end of each year. So the principals need to be able to see the artifacts in terms of what they're doing in each class. And then I am the program manager, so I get to oversee it all to ensure that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And if they're not, they get a friendly phone call or an email, or I go by the house to check in on them, make sure they're doing okay. But I'm following them, making sure that they do what they need to do, because we told them we will not let you fail. Right? We will not let you fail. This is our baby. We want to make sure that we groom you the MCPS way and you have everything that you need. So I talked about we have great in-house resources. So all of our instructors are in-house, they're MCPS grown. So I just want to take a few minutes to say who they are, because you see their picture, but you can't see their face with the mask. So I just want to make sure we know who they are. And we go K through 12, so we're elementary, middle, and high school, as well as central office. Courtney Craggett, AP at CHS, Maureen Power, special ed lead at CHS, Annie Whitaker, deputy soup, Jennifer Wall, math administrator, Lee Bortz, instructional coach at CES, Kim Bradford, CTE teacher at BHS, Stacy Treadway, instructional coach at CPS, Mark Husband, CTE director, Dr. Barbara Wickham, elementary director, Amanda Widener, principal at BMS, and Kristen Kabler, instructional coach at Price's Fork. These individuals have put time and time and time in to ensure that our participants have what they need on a regular basis. So just want to make sure that they get the recognition that they need. And just seeing the mixture of experience and expertise in that room, it just gave me chill bumps watching them work and do what they do on a regular basis. Annie mentioned the leadership team. We meet on a regular basis. just listening to what Annie and Jonathan have to say about, because they've been here since the very beginning. I came in a year later, but just hearing their ideas and putting all of our strengths together, because we all complement each other very well, and we oversee the entire program to ensure that the participants get what they need. So our cohort, the license in which they're going to obtain is American Sign Language, Business Education, Corps Cadets, Health and Medical Science, Spanish, and Technology Education. And like Jonathan said, they signed a contract in the beginning saying that they're going to commit to us for 30 months for this program, and they're going to do all the assignments they need to do to be able to get everything that needs to be done. One thing I also want to mention is that we started this back in last July. We had our first cohort, our summer academy. That was, in the midst of COVID, and we were unsure. We were going to go virtual at first, but we decided to go in person, make sure we followed the mitigation. So they were spread out. We were spread out. Mask. We had double mask, triple mask. We had hand sanitizer. We had everything you could think of. But we want to make sure we met with them in person so they got what they need, and they really appreciated it as well. So we talked about some of the classes they take, but how else do we help support them? Because as you know, first-year teachers, second-year teachers, we want to make sure we wrap our arms around them to ensure that they survive the first 3 years of teaching, make sure they maintain that energy that they have. So what we do is we have mentors that work with them within their buildings. We have the leadership, we collect, analyze ongoing feedback to ensure that they're getting what they need and we get them what they need. The principals are also involved of the AMPS participants. They utilize the content from the teacher's portfolio and use that during their evaluation and also to assess how they're doing within the classroom throughout the year. And then the AMPS portfolio is something that we put together as they continue through the program to ensure that they're successful in the classroom, and we use it towards the evaluation process. So they're analyzing their students in the classroom, we're analyzing them to ensure that they have the right skills and resources that they need. We also do a lot of feedback, so I just want to read a couple inserts from the Summer Academy. The instructors went out of their way to make you feel comfortable. It was clear a lot of thought and preparation went into all the components. The instructors did a great job providing a lot of information in a way that modeled teaching and learning strategies that we can use in our classrooms. It was fast-paced. If I missed one step navigating within Google Classroom, I got behind a little lost at times, but the instructors were very patient and great at getting us where we needed to be. Overall, it was a great experience. I very much enjoyed the AMPS program. I feel as a new teacher coming in from a much different industry that I was prepared for the fall. The material was straight to the point, no filler, and I appreciate that. My favorite part of the experience was hearing actual advice from real teachers and school admin. The real world input is hugely helpful for me and got me thinking. I'm looking forward to the fall semester and feeling confident. Thank you for the AMPS champs. And then we love feedback, whether it be negative or positive. We just want to see what we need to do. So we did feedback at the end of the first academy. Then we also did feedback in January. Then we did feedback in April. So I'm not going to read you everything in January, but I'm going to read you a few excerpts from April. And what they struggle with the most, as you know, first year teacher, is grading, lesson planning, classroom management, assessment. So the grading philosophy presented has been extremely valuable. What Jennifer Wall has taught was on point and valuable every session. Her innovative approaches provide great ideas to use in class, and her feedback on assessments is extremely helpful. The discipline section, specifically the part about de-escalating situations, was valuable. The lesson planning, I knew exactly what should have been included in my lesson plans. I liked the examples of explicit and student-centered lessons. I also liked examples of how to engage the students and get them talking with each other. And the other comment was all of it. So how do we get here? One, you just have to start. Like I said, when we talked to other school divisions, they were just overwhelmed. Like, what do you need to do? You just need to jump in and have the right people on the right team at the right table to ensure that we push each other, because we agree to disagree sometimes, but we're pushing each other to make sure that the participants get the right tools that they need. Organize and planning are essential, because if you don't have organization and you don't have planning, it'll be disarray. It'll be a total mess. Like I said before, when you have a plan on paper, it looks great, but you have to have somebody to look over to make sure that you do everything. use our existing internal resources. Like I said before, the staff that we have at MCPS is great, and they're the one that are help leading the charge. And the most important part is be flexible and be adaptive, because we've changed this about 1 million times, probably change 1 million more before the end of the 3rd year. But it's working, and we're not afraid to seek input from others to make sure we get it right. So sorry, Dr. Meyer, took a little longer than expected, but I get excited and I love being here.
Excited too.
Want to make sure everybody knows that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any questions?
I have a laundry list of questions.
Okay, all right, let's go.
Sorry. This is something kind of near and dear to my heart because I don't know if you guys know, but I was a career switcher. I did not go through a normal teaching program at a university. I worked in human resources for several years, was a stay-at-home mom, and then I went and got my teaching certification through the Virginia Western Consortium that Jim Sellers actually ran. And I've got several questions because as much as I appreciated that opportunity, and Danny Knott for hiring me, he took a chance on a career switcher. I have to say that there were some real challenges at being a career switcher. And so I got a few questions. First of all, how are you choosing people for this program?
Annie, go ahead.
So the people to participate, is that what you mean? Okay. So what we did first, I don't know, 3 years ago, was to seek interest. So we held an open community meeting. We advertised in the newspaper. We had about 88 people come out from the community who had bachelor's degrees who wanted to teach. So we shared with them what we were working on and developing, so that people know, hey, if you don't have a license and you are in an area that's hard to staff, please don't not apply with us. So we try to get the word out that way. And then what happens, particularly with CTE, which you see a lot of these are in, is someone will put in an application, they don't have a teaching license, and so we then work with them, if they are the selected candidate, then we work with them to get them that license. So it is through their application to the school division that they are identified, and so then Dawn in Human Resources is very familiar with all the licensing. She's able to look at their experience and let us know, hey, is this someone that will qualify for the provisional? Because they got to get that provisional. And then if they're the selected candidate, it's from their from their application.
Basically, anybody could do this as long as they could get so
it depends on the content area. So for a core content, English, math, you're going to need to have a bachelor's degree in that content area. For a career in technical education, you need to be able to have that career and industry experience. But then that experience, because you can get the license with that and take the classes, you use that experience.
Okay, so I just really want to understand the process. So I come to you and I say, I want to be part of this. And then what happens to me?
So the first thing we would typically do is ask someone to work with Dawn and look at their license, because first, sometimes people are closer than they think. And so we say, let's have Dawn look at your transcripts. If they are someone with a college background, have a bachelor's, let's have her look and see if she thinks that you're someone who will qualify. If it's someone with career or technical education, we do the same thing. In terms of the application process, we typically know whether or not we have individuals who are in the applicant pool that already are licensed. So if someone's in an applicant pool that we don't have qualified candidates to hire, we reach out to them, tell them about the program, and ask them if they were selected, would that be something that they would be interested in participating in? So then if they go through that interview process and are selected, their hire is contingent upon being in our program.
Okay, so I do all that stuff, and then you say, you're part of our cohort. When does that person start the cohort?
Yes. So the timeline, they start that. We have, let's see if I can go backwards for you. So the Summer Academy, there you go.
Okay, so it's a summer academy. That's okay.
Yes. So there's 3 summer academies. Summer 1 is before new teacher. Because remember, you can show up to new teacher, you already are supposed to have gone to college, right? Is what the typical is, or have that teaching degree. And so we get them a week before that, so that we give them the basics in the boot camp. So they do that week, and then they do their new teacher academy week. Then they meet all throughout that year at different times, and then we bring them back the next summer for a week, and then we bring them back the next summer for a week. So we have 3 full weeks with them, and then we have intermittent time throughout the school year.
When do they start teaching in the classroom?
Oh, from the very beginning.
So basically, they do this 3 weeks in the summer or so,
Yeah, the 2 weeks in the summer.
and we throw them into a classroom.
So we do put them in the classroom because any teacher on a provisional license would already be into the classroom. That's how you get the license. You have to be hired to get a provisional. You can't get one without
Yeah,
it.
that right there
Yeah.
is the problem, but I'll,
So they wouldn't get here unless they wouldn't get to the program unless they were a strong candidate in a high needs area.
see,
right?
that's what I was trying, I was trying to understand how because what I've seen with career switchers, I was fortunate that I was able to kind of muddle through my first year, but it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Right. Now, did you also have to take college classes at the same time while you were?
No, I did not. I already had my 4-year degree.
Okay.
I took a couple of English classes ahead of time to make sure that I had enough so I could get my English certification, but I got certified in English and social studies. I did the consortium for 6 months going on the weekends.
Right.
And I did that for half a year. Then I applied for a job. So it was 6 months of doing the consortium. And then I applied for jobs and I got hired and I was provided a mentor at the middle school who, if it wasn't for her, I would never have survived. And it was so hard because the hardest thing for me was I had never been in front of a classroom before. Because part of what we were required to do was do observation, which I did with Catherine Line at Blacksburg High School, and that was awesome to be able to sit in a classroom with a teacher, but I did not student teach. And that was, to me, the biggest deficit of the program, is that I never student taught, I never stood in front of a class of students. It was the scariest day of my life. And it was hard, and you have this expectation, oh, I can teach, I always wanted to be a teacher, I'll be so good at this. And it was really super duper challenging. And so as much as I appreciate this, and I'm not trying to beat up on your program because I realize the need for it, but the thing that I worry about is the lack of experience in a classroom, the lack of experience with students, and the ability, and I realize you're going to have a mentor who's going to help you, and if it wasn't for Gretchen, I would never have made it through. She helped me with my lesson plans and everything, but it was still, I mean, I must have worked a whole lot of hours.
And that's why we want to do this stuff up front. But the piece to remember is the law, you have to hire them to do this. So we can create a program to license them, but they have to be our employees. So you have to get the provisional license, which means you're teaching. The alternative is individuals go in and provisional license with no support. So what typically happens in a school division is they're taking night classes. They don't have any support from their school division. They're still showing up day one and teaching, but they don't have any of the other pieces. So we couldn't do this model through legislation if they weren't our employees, because that's what the legislation is linked to. You hire them, they get a provisional license, then you do this to get their coursework in lieu of them teaching and taking classes. They're teaching and working with us, which we feel like helps them be better teachers for many reasons, but one being, you're not going home and doing assignments that have nothing to do with the kids you're teaching and the job that you have. Everything they're doing with us is connected to their real work, as opposed to being something separate because it's coming from, somewhere else that's not connected to their employment. So it is certainly a challenge, but that's kind of why we're trying to develop it, so that these teachers are being hired across the state. Those 1,000 classrooms, they either had a substitute, they wouldn't be counted in there if they had a provisionally licensed teacher.
I guess that's why I was wondering in the beginning, when we select people for the program, how much we really vet them, because if we're not really vetting people to make sure that they would be the kind of quality teachers that we want to have at MCPS, then if we just say, hey, as long as you've got a bachelor's degree and you do that, then okay, you're part of our program. Now we're going to be sticking them in a classroom. Is this really somebody we want to have in our classroom? So I was just trying to understand.
They complete a regular application process, just like everybody else would an interview. The principal would select them, interview them. They would be a choice that would be brought to us as someone that was wanted They go through the same vetting process anybody else.
That's what I
would.
was trying to understand
Yeah.
early on in the
Yeah.
process is what are we doing to make sure that we've got the right candidates? Because like I said, there are people who think, oh yeah, this is going to be a fun time. I'm going to be a teacher. There were several people in my cohort that didn't survive the first
Yeah,
year.
the rates for staying in the profession when you enter are not great. And it's because of those reasons, the support, boots on the ground. You have no experience with classroom management, and now you've got a classroom of 24 seventh graders. That was my experience. You need a skill set to do that. So we're trying, that's that boot camp in advance, to give them everything we can to get them prepared, as opposed to just sending them into the classroom on day one, which is what would happen or was happening alternately.
Can I say something? Here's what typically will happen. A lot of these are high school folks who are, a lot of them CTE, because they've been in the world doing their, whatever they do. And my experience has been this: you have to hire somebody for these programs, and they're not out there. It's hard to find these positions, and you need them to fill a position, usually in terms of a trade. And so these are the individuals we end up hiring. Well, for instance, when I was a high school principal, I had the same CTE programs. I had to hire the folks, and I had to actually train them to do all this as a principal, and their administrator. We're doing a great service, too, to our schools and our school administrators doing this and teaching this program for them, because a lot of this, as a high school principal, I had to teach. When I brought in a brand new teacher, and you might have had this experience too, Dominic, in some of these areas, we had to hire them. They were still the best in the pool. Kids needed a teacher the first day. I spent the entire first year just working with them, teaching them how to classroom manage, lesson planning, all these types of things. So it's really a great service also to the administrators in the building to not have to work through this. Mark, these are mostly do you have anything you want to add to this conversation in terms, because this is really probably, you have the biggest challenge in the division in terms of this.
Just to provide a bit of an anecdotal story, we frequently hire people who are nurses. We've done a great job of expanding our nursing program. Previously, they would be a nurse on Friday, and then on Monday, they would show up to new teacher orientation. And that can be a really big change. And that's if we get to hire them before school starts and not in the middle of the school year. So it is a really big challenge to teach them how to be teachers. They're really smart. They're really capable. They've got great experience, but they haven't been teachers. And as Ms. Cass mentioned, standing in front of a classroom for the very first time, even as an experienced person, is really a daunting challenge. And a lot of times they know that coming in. So in terms of recruiting CT teachers, this has been a huge help to me, because I can say, you're an engineer, and we also have this program that we can teach you. And you're going to learn from administrators in MCPS, and you're going to learn from excellent teachers in MCPS, and that's really going to help. I think our retention rate is really going to go through the roof in terms of not losing people because of this program. And I think in the long run, they're going to be much more qualified teachers because of this program. So it helps with the recruiting, and it also helps them to be teachers. And the list was not just, it was hard to find places, like our nurses and our tech ed, and I think also ESL and a couple other places. So it's a small program, but it makes a big difference. We've expanded from 53 to 68 CTE teachers, and I think a majority of that expansion, those teachers will go through AMPS. So it's definitely a big help.
Well, and if I'm correct, your CTE programs, you give half the years of experience. So basically, the people that tend to come and apply, they might already have 10 years of skill set. And I see the other side to it is teaching learning how to be a good teacher. But if you don't have that skill set, you don't have what you've got to do to teach them with. And I've seen that be a little bit of a problem in my field. Yeah. If you've got someone who's new to the field and hasn't had a whole lot, those students coming out are not prepared to work in the workforce. So it's a double-edged sword. I see it in both ways.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
But hopefully, most of the career and technical education have had quite a few years under their belt before that they can come in and then get acclimated to learning how to be a teacher. But you got to have that knowledge of
Right.
what you're teaching.
Yes.
As well as knowing how to be a teacher.
Yeah. Even as strong of a position as MCPS is in terms of hiring, frequently we're hiring people that have one of two sides of a coin. They're either experts in their field or they have some teaching experience and they need to learn the expertise in the field. So this meets one of those needs. Thanks.
Anybody else have any other questions?
Yeah, what are the, I didn't see anything in the presentation as well. I mean, I think you guys presented on this, what was it, last year? And I'm just wondering if, and obviously we've had some people go through it. I know it was kind of a pilot. Do we have any numbers? Is there anything you want to highlight that you've learned? I know from looking at the slide set, I see that it's been aligned a little bit more with our strategic plan, which is good. But yeah, if there's anything you want to highlight or any numbers or anything you want to give us, could be interesting.
You know, I think the two highlights would be, one, first is the exceptional work of the staff in Montgomery County Schools and the work that this team has done to pull it together. I mean, I think that's the highlight, is we brought these wonderful instructors, teachers, coaches together to create something that is meaningful and relevant to being a teacher. You know, we currently have these individuals in the program. Sorry, there we go. I keep going the wrong way. There we go. So I think, you know, those are the numbers that we have to share as of now. These are 6 individuals who are going to be highly trained, that before would have come in, they would have been teaching and getting the work on the side, and our likelihood to retain them would be different. It'll take a little longer to have long-term data. You know, we're going to continue. So what happens is now these cohorts will scaffold. So next year, we're going to have going 2 camps at the same time, level 1 and level 2. And so the new people for next year will be doing their year 1 cohort, where the people for year 2 will be coming back. And then the next year, it'll be 3 layers. So the complexity will continue to build on itself. You know, we've been fortunate that we do have federal funds available for professional development. So we've been able to utilize those funds to help with the program and to adequately support those who are working with it. But I think I think the program in itself is really the celebration of, I don't know of any other school division in the state who is doing what we are doing. There are some places who are choosing components of what we are doing, but the comprehensive program that we are doing is not happening anywhere else in the state. So I think that's a big celebration.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely a great thing, and I think, you know, one of the things that I think about this problem holistically, because what you're trying to do here is you're being a part of the solution to a bigger and wider problem. And you outline that in your first slide, right, about what matters most in recruiting and retaining. And, you know, I think as a board, you know, I think we need to think about other ways, too, that we can, you know, support teachers. I mean, one of the things that stuck out to me is under your 4 bullets in your first slide, support is mentioned twice in 2 different bullets, right? And so, you know, I hear kind of over and over again from teachers, even from parents, how, you know, and sometimes it's not necessarily maybe our fault even, maybe due to the state or whatever, that we keep putting more and more and more things on teachers' plate and expecting them to do more. And you got to do this and you got to do that. And then, of course, COVID's kind of blown things up. And then on top of that, I'm not trying to pick at a scab, but I mean, we've, you know, as a board, I think we've kind of had our own self-inflicted issues this spring with support for our staff and morale and that kind of a thing. And so, you know, I look at this and it's 6 people in a cohort, you know, and you know, we need to be doing everything we can to get 6 people because we do this, and 6 people because we do this program, and 6 people because we treat people well, rather than, you know, you guys are doing this to get us 6 people this year and maybe 10 people next year, and then we're going to lose them all because we're going to, you know, do a misstep or something. So anyway, that's something I think for us to consider ways to do that. Thanks.
To follow up on what Mark just said, I think you make a good point that we are doing this for these individuals. I would like to see us do this more for our new teachers who come in, who are maybe new teachers who have not had classroom experience. Yes, they student taught, but having somebody to support you through the kinds of things you're doing, and I wasn't trying to beat up on it before. I was just, I really wanted to understand it better because I haven't done this. But I think that's the kind of support we need to give to more than just the AMPS people. I think we need to give that support to all of our new teachers, or somehow expand this out into doing that on a regular basis. You've probably talked about this already, right? I see Dominic.
No, I was gonna say, we've talked about that. We do have a very good mentoring program, but it is a one-year program. And there's a lot of data to show that multi-year support is really best. And also, it's something we didn't mention here, but since we've developed it, we can also pull out the components to help support teachers. So say we have a teacher who we know is struggling with classroom management, and perhaps is going to be on a plan of improvement. It used to be principals would try to pick and piece and pull things together to try to help support that individual. Right now, we've got a plan to support them. So when we see that teachers have an area of need, we don't have to go out in little silos and figure out how to support them. We can bring them and just have them work on one part of the program with us. They may not need to go through the whole thing. So that's something that we will evolve to, is a part of our planning. But I certainly hear you, Ms. Casson. I agree. You know, those first 3 years are
And
hard.
Even cohorts for new teachers. And it's not, with most of that mentoring is done within the school itself, but sometimes it's nice to be able to have that connection with people outside your school, but who are going through the same things you're going through. I think those are the kinds of things that we have to really expand upon to have for teacher retention, because that is, I mean, the numbers are going down, and so I think that's going to be important going forward.
And let me say too, that's one thing that I'm excited about in this program as well, is if we have teachers that are struggling in certain areas, what would happen as a former principal, if I had, say, for instance, a teacher who was struggling in terms of classroom management, I would have to figure out how to get her or him information as to how to become a better classroom manager. Now, our principals don't have to do that. We've got a program, and we can say, okay, Ms. Whitaker, I've got this teacher, needs some extra help in this area. Can she be a part of this class just to grow and develop? And it's much better than what an individual principal can actually develop on the fly. That's for sure. So definitely a huge advantage in doing this.
I just had to do what Dr. Marr was saying. When I took over a building, I had 75 teachers, and of those, 33 were provisional. So I wish I would have had AMPS to help me and my deal with that. But
Holy crap, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, 33 is a lot of professional teachers.
Does anybody else have any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is,
If the board doesn't have any objections, I'd like to recommend a 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
10? You want 15?
I want to keep going so we can get out of here.
10-minute break?
You know,
5, 10?
5's good.
5 is good.
Okay. 5-minute break.
folks from?
Please. Party's over, guys.
What'd you eat? What was that? Where'd you get it from? Oh, okay.
Some tea, some.
Hey, Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, sure. Just first from our last item, yeah, I just want to say we have a great group of instructional leaders who have put this together, and I appreciate all your hard work with this, and it's just an absolutely amazing program that we have. Next is, it will be your first presentation as it relates to the strategic plan, and that would be equity. Ms. Diggs is here to update you on the equity initiatives in our strategic plan, and I believe Ms. Wright and Ms. Whitaker will start us off.
I am so excited to announce our equity team to you today because they have exciting things to share with you regarding our strategic plan. Just wanted to start by telling you a little bit about this process since it's the first time that we've given you an update. And so what we're going to do is be providing you ongoing updates on different components of the strategic plan. And so what you'll get in each of our monthly updates is the specific results statement from the strategic plan, the action step, and then an overview of the process. So we'll tell you planning. We're going to have 3 different definitions so that you'll kind of know where are we. Planning means the team is in the planning process, but we haven't yet begun implementation. Implemented means the action step has been implemented and it will continue to be a part of MCPS processes. So when we say something's implemented, that doesn't mean we did it and now we're done. That means this is now a part of who we are. Completed means the action step has been completed and is finished. And so the difference between implemented and completed is this. Some things we just need to do. Like say we need to do a feasibility study, and that's a step that we said we were going to do. That's completed. The findings from that feasibility study and what we put into place would be something that we would later implement because it becomes a part of the process. But some of the things are just check marks. Like if we're going to do a survey, once we do the survey is completed. But then the next step is implementing those processes. So this is what we've devised as a way to let you know where we are throughout our strategic plan. And then we're going to provide you a detailed description of the work. So that action team will have the opportunity to tell you about exactly what's happening in that part of the action plan, so you have an understanding of how that is living and working in Montgomery County Public Schools. And so our first update for this month is going to be our equity team with Ms. Diggs and Ms. Wright.
Thank you, Annie. Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Meyer. So, of course, it is a pleasure for me to always be here to present to you all our updates for equity. We shared some of those updates with you during your board development, so some of the information you heard during that time. But we're going to spend tonight just giving you an update of the things that we felt like were important for us to start in the realm of equity for the school year. Just as a little background information and a reminder, we felt like it was really important for us to get started in equity this school year because there were certain things that we felt like were important for us to implement now based on the current climate that our country was in. But we were even thinking of that, but even before that happened, we just know that there were things that we needed to make happen in Montgomery County schools. And we could not wait until the next school year to begin implementing those strategies. So what you're going to hear tonight are our action steps that we have worked towards for this school year and how it's going in each of those areas. So the first action step that I'm going to share with you tonight is in regards to establishing our equity teams to advance diversity and equity. And so one of the first things that we knew that we needed to focus on was having our equity advisory team to support us as we were working towards examining our programs, practices, and policies. And we managed to do that this school year in 3 different areas. We had our equity team help us with our equity audit for the reopening of school, looking at our code of conduct as well as our transgender and gender expansive policy. At the beginning of the school year, you all may remember that our larger equity team used the equity audit that was provided by the DOE to assess our reopening. I'm sorry. Oh, did I hit it? Sorry. Thanks, Stacy. To assess our reopening of school instructional plan that was developed by our elementary and secondary departments. And the goal of the audit was to ensure that our instructional plan focused on the needs of our students in a variety of ways, including meeting student needs, student and family engagement, communications, instruction, and resource allocation. So our committee divided into a number of subgroups, and we offered recommendations to the instructional staff prior to the plan being reviewed by you all, the school board, as well as before we send it into the Department of Education. In addition to the equity audit, one of our subcommittees is our underrepresented groups, which includes our LGBTQ community. And they met this year to offer feedback for the development of our transgender and gender expansive policies and practices. We used the model guidance offered by the DOE as a reference, and we're still in the revision phase of this, and we will provide you all with an update with more information once the revision is complete. And then lastly, our Code of Conduct and Discipline Subcommittee is working to revise the Student Code of Conduct, and that information will be shared with you in a later slide. A larger committee makeup includes students, staff, and community members. Our department is working with our stakeholders as we work to define which policies, programs, and practices we will focus on for the 2021-2022 school year. So that is our first action step, one of the things that we have worked on this school year. Another area that we have considered one of our biggest accomplishments was assigning our equity leads and establishing our student cabinets. And Stacy is going to provide you with an update on these 2 areas.
Good evening, Madam Chair and school board members, Dr. Meyer. I am so excited about this part. The equity leads was one of my favorite things. I looked forward to every Wednesday being able to meet with them either via Zoom or in person on Mondays. And so our equity leads, there are 10 of them in the high school and 11 in the elementary schools. And then what they do is they help staff and students with practices that'll move all of us forward when it comes to our equity. They led and provided coaching and professional development. They used technical support because we had an equity hub where we shared all different things, all the different things that we were doing with each other. Just like, just like we had a newsletter that went out every week that matched what was on our website. So we had an equity theme of the month. This year we focused on self-reflection because before we can do this work, we're going to have to reflect ourselves on what we need to accomplish and what our biases are. And so in there, they would do the newsletter. They would have staff challenges. They did book clubs at different schools. They did faculty mentoring. When some people, with equity are having a hard time wrapping their mind around it. They believe that in order for everybody to be equitable, that we have to take something from somebody else to give it to somebody else. No, we want all of these things for all of our kids. And that's what our equity leads did. The next thing that they did were student cabinets. And so with this, I gotta go for it, sorry. With the student cabinets, they surveyed students for interest. Any student was able to join these cabinets. They were small in the beginning because we just wanted to make sure that our students could be heard. And some of the things that our students told us were things like, they didn't necessarily trust us as adults, right? And so they didn't think that these things, that we were going to do anything. The cabinets in the beginning were very slow. They were very slow moving. Some of them would come. Sometimes kids would come. Sometimes they wouldn't. But the good news is that once school was back in full time, we had more interest in our student cabinets, and the meetings started to take off. And so our equity leads have worked very tirelessly to make sure that these things happened. We still have a lot of work to do with our cabinets because we need to make sure that we are getting our marginalized students into these meetings. Because many times we have people that are there speaking for them. We need them to be able to speak for themselves. So we have to continue to build the trust. But I know that we can do that with the people we have in place for equity leads. Some schools have done better with reaching out with staff cabinets and staff equity teams. Some schools have them, some schools do not. And that's just a matter of mindset shift. And we are confident that next year that we'll be able to get that going as well. So we are very proud of both of these two things because this is where the bulk of our work has been spent. And the reason that is because our students are the ones who started this for us. They told us that you need to listen to us, and that's what we did. Thank you.
And so just to follow up on that, this information or this data for us was just as important and necessary and essential in understanding what is going on in our schools as any data that we collect either through grades or attendance or looking at the behavior data. While all of that is important information for us to consider, it is also important for us to hear the voices of our students and all of our stakeholders, quite honestly. So we use several methods in making sure that we gathered information from our students. So the next action step that I'm going to talk about is interviewing or surveying stakeholders to assess the culture and climate of each school. So we used several methods. We started our survey process by, I keep forgetting. Okay, sorry. We used several methods, but surveys was one. And so we used our surveys to gather feedback from our stakeholders in a variety of ways. One of the first ways was just gathering information from our interest groups, from all of our teachers and our staff members, based on anything that we may have offered. And that started with like our opening session for the school year. When we had Dr. Bettina Love, we actually did a survey and got feedback from people on their thoughts about that information. What did they learn from it? Did they learn anything from it? But we just feel like it's really essential to understand how people are feeling about anything that we're providing for them. We certainly took survey data on our anti-bias and anti-racism professional development, and we use those interviews as data to inform our work as we move into our second year of implementation of the strategic plan. So we're gathering this information because it's going to help us to understand how we can do things better, but also what we may need to add or how we need to implement as we move forward. We are currently in the process of collecting data from our minority employees, and we have been calling these our listening tours. I like to say that I created and thought of that idea of my own, but I did not. I stole it from Dr. Tony Walker. He did listening tours earlier when he first got here to listen to his employees. And so we use sort of the same format. We use a set of questions that are not leading questions to just try to gather feedback from our employees about how's it going, what's important for you when you're working, what makes you happy, what makes you want to come to work, are there any barriers when you are in the workplace, just questions along those lines. So we started with our minority staff, but we're going to continue this process until we have collected data from all of our stakeholder groups. I'll be honest, I started with the minority staff because with Stacy and I being minorities ourselves, we thought that there would be a level of trust there and that we would be able to get feedback from our staff members, and we found that that hasn't necessarily been true. So we have to figure out why there's a level of resistance, what's causing the level of mistrust, and so we know we have to build on working on those relationships and building trust so that our staff members will feel like that it's okay to come and share information with us. Okay.
I have to put on my glasses for this one because I can't read this one. This is Dr. J's stuff. The next part was creating an advisory committee to talk about the revision of the MCPS discipline policies and practices. Dr. Johnson has a subgroup of our larger equity team that makes up the Code of Conduct Committee. The following is a summary of information and steps that he and his team have taken effectively and efficiently to provide a crosswalk for our division. A is the tiered systems of support, professional learning for school personnel, clear objectives for behavioral expectations, and some social and emotional learning. The new student behavior categories, level systems of disciplinary responses, and instructional intervention and equitable processes to managing student behavior. The discipline flow chart, and that's just like to show, like, this is one level, this is the next level, this is where we go with the flow chart. And then also helping teachers to manage student behaviors. They have to practice their responses because everything doesn't warrant a visit to the office. Equity through level responses to student behavior and sample investigative decision-making for principals. Specific categories of behavior descriptions and responses, and working to develop an MCPS student code of conduct policy using the model guidance as a reference from the DOE. They are also working to complete the instructional and behavioral supports that we will use at each level at MCPS.
Okay, so next was our professional learning opportunities. And as you can see on the slide, we really wanted to focus on providing the professional development opportunities. This is an opportunity to provide tools for our teachers and our administrators when trying to understand how it is that we implement and use equitable practices within our school division. This year, of course, you all know that we started with anti-bias and anti-racism practices, and we used, they're now called Learning for Justice. It's no longer teaching tolerance, and we use that agency to help us provide that training. So to begin this work and deciding where to start, we knew that it was important for our staff to understand equity and the work around it. The first step in understanding equity is to notice where it is present and where it is not. It is important and necessary to reflect on and name our own experiences, and by stepping outside of ourselves, looking back, and seeing our experiences with fresh eyes, we can then think about how our own experiences impact how we design, because how we design from who we are. The reflection activities that we offered during the professional development allowed us to begin the process of checking our own biases and assumptions, and to begin to focus on how we can avoid the pitfalls of systems as we move to transform our practices. So the first training opportunity was called Social Justice Education 101, and our participants gained resources to help talk openly about historical roots and contemporary manifestations of social inequity and discrimination. They were also allowed to engage in personal reflection, investigate strategies for facilitating critical conversations, and consider ways to teach about implicit bias, race, and racism. We had close to 1,000 of our employees, our teachers, and our administrators participate in that training opportunity. 83% of them completed the evaluation, so we felt like we got some good data from that regarding their responses. The second professional development opportunity was called Equity Literacy, and there we were focusing on using a common definition of equity, and our participants worked together to define a shared vision of equity in their practice and school, uncover existing inequities, devise a plan to disrupt those current inequitable policies and practices, and draft a plan to create and sustain equitable policies and practices for all students, which also includes their family members. And so that we were in the business of moving from just being mitigative and moving towards being more transformative. Again, we had over 950 of our members, our staff members that participated in that, and then our feedback from that was about 77%. The majority of the attendees who completed the survey reported that the presentations were engaging, interactive, and that they had an opportunity to ask questions. They also said they had a better understanding of what equity was and that they were provided with resources that they will likely implement using the skills that they learned. But we also had staff members that gave us different information. They expressed that they had a need for a clearer understanding of the expectations as they worked to try to understand equity, and they wanted specific examples of how to do the work. We also had people that really didn't believe in the work. I mean, we had feedback along those lines as well. Some staff members noted, so this is from the survey, that they also lack confidence and there is a level of discomfort in thinking about how they were designed for equity in their own classrooms. And so our focus will need to be in the future to provide supports in the form of equitable resources, including things like checklists of what an equitable classroom would look like, as well as our cultural responsiveness enhancements. We think it's going to be important to continue to offer self-reflective activities and to show teachers and staff members how to use the information in the design process as they are setting up their classrooms and creating environments for citizenship and preparing students to be critical thinkers about a variety of situations. The other thing that we think is important to look at is our own demographics here in Montgomery County. 95.5% of our teachers are white. 78% of our student body is white. 5.5% of our teachers are of a different race or ethnicity. And 22% of our students do not identify as white. So there's a little bit of an imbalance there, and we want to make sure that we provide our teachers with the necessary supports that they need, especially if they feel like that they are working with students that they don't necessarily identify with, don't understand their experiences, don't understand the environments that they come from. We feel like it's really important to tool those teachers in that manner. So the next area that we looked at was providing culturally responsive opportunities, and that really came through our curriculum department, and Dave Dickinson was instrumental in heading this up. You all may remember that last summer he pulled together elementary and secondary teacher teams, and they researched new topics and events in African American history that are typically not included or represented in social studies curriculum. They created new lesson plans and activities that are now included in our curriculum, and they were actually used this school year. And then in addition to that, you all are aware that I think that the African American Studies began at Christiansburg High School this school year, and it's our plan that we would expand that to our other high schools. For me, one of the most, I think, exciting and rewarding things that we did was we made sure that at the beginning of the school year that we tooled our building administrators with a way to implement equity into their curriculum. And so we began the school year with placing an equity lens as our building leaders created their annual plans. And so what you see in front of you on the slide are the things that we wanted our principals and our building administrators to include and to think about as they were developing their plans. And so there was an expectation that when they were using video clips, audio sources, and visuals, that there was diversity represented. We made sure that all students developed a sense of belonging with opportunities to develop friendships, that they would focus on being accessible to students with special needs and following all IEP accommodations, that they would have flexible policies, activities, and assessments, that they would be identity conscious and use equity-minded teaching, acknowledging students' vastly different experiences and social identities, as well as being proactive about supporting struggling students, including developing their lessons and activities, as well as resources for home. And the last one being relational by encouraging interpersonal relationships. And as you can see, I mean, a lot of times people want to know, well, I just need some strategies. And it's really more about a mindset. It's, if you consider these things, and as you're designing your lesson, you have to just be considerate of this. And at the front of it, always just be considerate of who you are teaching, who's in your classroom. Don't be dismissive of anyone that is in your classroom. One of the best examples that I can remember hearing in one of the professional development opportunities that we had is to think of it in this manner. Think about the most underrepresented child in your class, because there's at least one, somebody that you would consider that. And when you're thinking of that child, design for that child. And when you've made that, when you're designing for that student, then you're designing pretty much for everyone.
So next we have the equity statement and the principles, and they were established by the larger equity team. It is our belief that in order to continue this work, that we have to give our staff the capacity to work with our students and our community. We must make sure that all stakeholders are involved, and it is paramount to our success. Therefore, the first step in broadcasting equity for us will be including these principles and the equity statement in the registration packets for the next school year. And the equity statement reads as so. MCPS will intentionally address the needs of all individuals so that each person can achieve their maximum potential. We will do this with these principles: impartiality, opportunity, access, and a sense of belonging.
And so for the 2021-2022 school year, we know that we need to have a focus. And in addition, some of these are in addition to the things that we will focus on through our strategic plan. And the first one is developing an equity policy. We are in the process of developing that, and we hope to have that before you all, hopefully in June. Well, we want to make sure that we are articulating a clear commitment to dismantling barriers that may interfere with the success of all students. And we're being intentional about also making sure there's a clear focus on accountability and disaggregated metrics. And so there will be some overlap probably between the equity policy and our current equity principles. But the difference will be that we really do need to create some guidelines for accountability and how we're going to look at our metrics. The next area is increasing family and student engagement. So you all are aware that we already have a new position, an administrator of family engagement, and that person will be responsible for heading up and leading this piece of work for us. One of the things that we're going to focus on is meeting the needs of our families through activities such as assisting with registration, tutoring, offer resources to our EL families with a goal of expanding what we offer to include families and parents and not just our students within our communities. Our goal is to make our families and students feel more comfortable at school while also offering services within the communities that they live in. But we also want to be intentional about connecting our families with the resources in our community that already exist. We are a community with a lot of rich resources for provision for our families. And we just feel like that we could be an additional resource by making those connections happen, because sometimes that's where the disconnect is, and sometimes our families just can't get to the services that they need in order for them to meet their basic needs and to be successful. The other area that we want to focus on is continuing to enhance our student voice, and we want to do that by, we've created the student cabinets in each of our schools, but we want to, those students are looking forward to being able to come together. And so we want to make sure that we create a district-level student ambassador team so that for our secondary students. So our middle school students would come together quarterly to meet and be able to discuss and share what's going on in their schools, giving us feedback on how we can be supportive to them, as well as any things that we need to consider here at the district level. And in learning to do this, they're learning to be advocates. So we're teaching some advocacy skills as well as some leadership skills as well. So we just think that this is going to be important and necessary, and I think it's going to be exciting for the students as well. And then the next thing that we will want to focus on is continuing our professional development opportunities. We need to continue offering professional development to all of our staff so that they always have a clear understanding of what equity is. The one time was helpful, but as you heard from our feedback, there's still some work to be done. And they're not necessarily running away from the work. I mean, they're interested in learning. They just are nervous. They're scared they're going to say the wrong thing. They're going to do the wrong thing. I don't think you can break this, even if we make mistakes. And so we just have to work through it. The other thing that we want to focus on is some culturally responsive teaching and practices. We know that we're going to need to get ready to support the Standard 6 that the state is pushing, so we're trying to get ahead of that game as well. And then we know it's important that all of our staff members, anyone that is working with students, should also have the anti-bias, anti-racism staff development. And so that's going to be a focus of ours for this coming school year as well. So in conclusion, in her book, Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain, author Zaretta Hammond says that we each carry a set of narratives that act like software in our brains. It's telling us how to behave and to react in different contexts. These narratives are often dominated by a master narrative or society's notion of how things are and what it means to be a good member of society. But we also all know that historically, sometimes those master narratives present a limited worldview. Hammond suggests to us that everyone needs to be able to form a counter-narrative based on their own identity and experiences, which allows us to transform our own gifts and abilities that rejects the misconceptions of the master narrative. So in advancing equity, we are going to be asking our leaders, whether that's our teacher leaders, our administrative leaders, us here at the school board leaders, to construct a counter-narrative that acknowledges how their experiences and identity inform their current actions, be reflective of their actions, be honest about their biases, and then make a commitment to act for equity. Leading for equity and committing to an action means that you also commit to continual growth and reflection. We will accept that it will get messy, that we will make mistakes, that we will have to work in our discomfort, but it will also allow us to transform. Our staff can transform their ability to be creative, to imagine possibilities, while designing learning experiences that invite all students to feel connected, encouraged, empowered, and have a true sense of belonging to their respective school community. This is the end of our presentation. We'll take any questions that you may have.
So I was concerned about the trust level. I understand it when talking with our minority teachers and staff, them not feeling comfortable. That's a big issue. Mm-hmm. That's a huge issue. If folks don't feel comfortable talking about issues that are affecting them every day for whatever reason, that's a serious issue. How can you move forward if you don't know what you need to work on? And folks that don't believe in the work, that is sad. That folks may not believe that it's important to treat others in a way that is respectable and with dignity, and to make sure that they're getting everything that they need to be able to perform their job, or as students to be able to be successful when they leave Montgomery County. The accountability piece, that's something I've been screaming for the last many years. If we don't have tools in place to help make sure that the plans we put in place are, folks are held accountable for what they're not doing, what's the point? And I would love to have those student ambassadors come to the board and tell us about their experiences and how they're feeling. So Jamie, I know you're a huge fan of the ACE program. And the ACE program came directly out of the dialogue on race. That was folks sitting down in our law enforcement group and talking about barriers to folks being a part of law enforcement and how they could overcome that. And then that grew into, well, let's just not think about it this way, in a narrow way, about law enforcement. Let's think about the opportunities we should be able to create for all of our students. So when folks don't believe we need to do the work, that's a prime example right there, because that program is a game changer.
Absolutely.
It's a game changer for this whole county.
Absolutely.
And it's because folks are sitting down, having uncomfortable conversations, learning to understand why each other feels the way they feel, and how do we come to a understanding how we move things forward, even though it might not be comfortable. So this is one of the, as far as I'm concerned, our equity, the work that we're doing here in this school system, and holding folks accountable for doing the work, is a game changer. It's another game changer for this county. So it's not a game. This is not a game. And we need to make sure when we're doing this, we're doing it right. And if we have to hire another person to help folks make sure things are accountable, folks are being held accountable, then that's what we need to do. Because this is getting ridiculous. It really is. Year after year, decade after decade, of having to talk about the same ignorant issues. So I appreciate the work you're doing. I appreciate all the folks who have joined in to help do this work. And we need to make sure they're getting all the support and all the tools that they need to make sure we move this county forward.
I will just say that when Stacy and I started doing our listening tours, there was a little level of discouragement, but we're not really discouraged, because the kids have been telling us all along, we're not talking because we don't ever see anything change.
Right.
And so I think some of the adults were telling us the same thing. And so it is going to take time. Relationships take time. And that's really what this work is about relationships. And so I'm not discouraged that it won't happen. I think that if they see us keep coming back, that they see us keep being interested, and not just Stacy and I, but the whole leadership team, I do think that we're gonna start breaking down some barriers and helping people to understand that this work is real, that it's not going away, that it's important. In order for us to really make change in the outcomes of all of our students. I mean, we're going to have to do things differently than we have done them in the past.
Right. And that includes this board being behind this.
Yep.
And making sure folks understand. Because if they believe it's just something that's in the past, passing as they have in years past, then they'll just sit and wait for it to pass.
And Mr. Franklin, if I could say, that part of my job too is that holding people accountable piece.
I understand.
And so when we get things into the website, like I'm on it and I go through and talk to, and even having been a former principal, I understand how it is with principals trying to support teachers and support families and those things, but being able to offer them some extra support when they need it as well. We've had a few situations that we've done that, and we'll continue to do that. And like Judy said, we're not going to get discouraged. And so just know that, we plan to keep this work going. When Gowling steps into this office on July 1st, then this work will still continue to go at the same rate that we're going at this point.
And I absolutely thank you for all the work that you all are doing. But I'm just saying,
We appreciate your support.
there's only two and only one of you helping with that conversation. And the conversations, I'm sure, are many. So if there needs to be other support, then we need to look at other support.
Thank you, guys. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Yeah, I would echo what Ms. Franklin was saying about the support side, and I do think, even our board, we went through a kind of, it turned into a process, right? When we, we went through some training and it was kind of like, this isn't quite what we wanted, or that, and so we kind of came back and reimagined, and I think it was, and I'm not just saying that because you guys are here, but I think it was much better the second time around. I think it really did lead to more conversation. I think the right kinds of conversation that we need to be having. And so, I look at all of this stuff, and I certainly appreciate the work that goes into it, and I don't want to, step on, but there, I do kind of have that same, I don't know if it's the same or not, but I kind of have that concern, like, is this really going to address the thing that we're trying to address? And I guess it's okay if it's not okay if it doesn't, but it's okay if we misstep here and there and go back and adjust the plan as needed. And I guess I just want to say, and that's fine with me anyway. I mean, I'd like to support you guys to be able to do that. I think what's important is that we address the issues, and I don't know where, I should have jotted down somewhere in this presentation, you said something about, I think Stacy, maybe it was you, that said something about measuring the success, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, I'm going to measure success when I don't have, black parents or black students telling me stories of these things that are happening that you're thinking, this shouldn't be happening, right? So, but that's, that's the goal, right? So, but yeah, I mean, I appreciate that we have a plan and everything, but don't be afraid to, alter the plan if you need to along the way.
So, and just keep in mind that these are our preliminary, this is just the beginning. Our strategic plan is chock full of a whole lot of other things that we're going to be doing to address the inequities that we've discovered just through our data. So this is just the beginning. But this is a good place to start, because before we can talk about our curriculum, our culturally responsive teaching, we've got to talk about be willing to reflect on who we are and what we bring to the table.
Yeah.
I mean, we just really do, because when we're dismissing that, then we're dismissing our part in the relationship that we have with our students. And it is a relationship. One way or the other, it's a relationship. And so we need to make sure we're building a strong foundation.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
I think it has to be moving target per se. It's not a one-time thing. If we believe in this, we have to continue to believe in that, because people changes, board member changes, student body changes, faculty staff body changes. But we have to make sure we're doing the same thing, because I'm sure it's not going to change overnight. It's not going to change a month, year, but we have to keep believing the same thing, and hopefully it will continue the way that we started with this strategic plan moving forward. Not just 5 years, hopefully more than that.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I can't wait to see the policy, because it's through policy
I
that
agree on that.
holds things despite who may be sitting wherever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dr. Meyer?
Yeah, very good. Thanks, Judy and Stacy, and appreciate all the work you're doing and all who is involved in this very important work. And this isn't just a 5-year plan. You know, none of this is. It's how we make this who we are in 5 years and continue it beyond that. So, very, very important and exciting work. Next, at the April 6th board meeting, board members asked for information on public address. That information is provided for the board's discussion tonight.
I think board members had some concerns about, can we bring up that presentation? Do you have it loaded? Please. Concerns about who participates
An address.
and addresses. Yes, thank you.
So the first thing I noticed, of course, was that first slide that had the state code that says it doesn't require the public address, and I wonder if, is that something where we're going to need to change our policy on that and basically just ask for the town? I mean, I find it sometimes less useful to know somebody's exact street address and really more useful to just find out, what part of the county they're from.
You're right, Mark. I think that is a good place for us to start. And, certainly we can make that policy change where we just, ask for the county verification and what area in the county, Blacksburg, Christiansburg, Reiner.
When you say county verification, would that just be somebody saying, my name is, Joe Schmo and I live in the county?
Like Miss Stallings would say, Martha Ann Stallings, Blacksburg, Virginia, or Blacksburg.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be okay with that, and certainly.
I think we need to leave the address out. Like, we actually have students who come here and speak, and I don't think students should be giving their home address.
Yeah.
I also think it's a
in
security
public,
issue
so people
as
could be
well.
watching. I just think that's.
I think it's a privacy issue as well.
Yeah, and I think
safety
people feel
issue.
uncomfortable sometimes.
I'm
giving
surprised
up.
it wasn't until last week, the last meeting, that somebody actually said, I don't want to do that.
So what would we do here next? Would we ask for a change to the policy that we could review and then vote on? Okay.
Yeah.
To do exactly what we're talking about right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm hearing more than 4 board members say this is something that you're interested in. So we'll work with the attorney to change the language and bring you back a policy for first reading and then again for second reading.
Yes.
And potentially approval. Just keeping in mind that as we hit these summer months, we have a lot of meetings that are sort of, we call them locked on the planning end. And so you'll see those things come in June and then July. You'll just see it be a little more delayed. But yeah, I heard more than 4. Please tell me if I am wrong. And we can make that change. We did confirm with our attorney that it is in line with state code. Your policy does require for a resident, for someone who is speaking to be a resident of Montgomery County. So we need to ask something. And I think asking the town or area of the county that they reside in is plenty. And Brad concurred.
Or Brenda, could that address be maybe done privately with you and not stated publicly, as far as making sure that they're a resident of Montgomery County? So when they get up here, they just need to state, the town or the county that.
Or the community.
Yeah, right. I mean, I didn't know what kind of verification you all needed, if
They
any.
just fill out a Google form. And then there's a statement at the end of the form that says, by typing my initials below, I certify that the information I am providing is true and accurate.
Gotcha.
I think that information still remains true and accurate if you are asking the town and area of the county in lieu of street address. I personally don't believe that street address is a necessary requirement. There's nothing I do on my end to verify that. When you put your initials at the end, and hit submit, you are saying, I am saying this information is true. And of course, keeping in mind, I can be a resident of this county, but an outsider's ability to verify that, depending on my situation, could be difficult if I am renting, those types of things. So
Absolutely.
it really, they just put at the end of the form their initials and we're good to go.
Right.
Awesome. Okay. We're all good with that? Doesn't
Yeah, it's
sound
all
like.
good. I don't think we need
I
those.
agree.
We need
Okay.
house numbers or
Next
street
one,
address.
please. So then our second thing that we discussed that we wanted to have a discussion on was, when we decide on people who are non-residents, whether to allow them to speak. And we've had 3 different instances of that. And again, it was the will of the board to handle all of these the way that they did. So do we want to change what we have currently in the policy? I'm just going to open it up for ideas and discussions.
What do you mean it was the will of the board to handle? Because I don't remember us having any conversation to allow, it was just, it
We
happened.
do. Ms. Drake brings it to us
We
and
voted on it.
says,
Sure
No,
did.
I thought you meant these particular circumstances. Okay. I didn't understand what you were saying.
yeah. So for the 3 listed there, the actions that were taken were the will of the board. Because
They
we
were?
ask, yes, we ask, Ms. Drake mentions them to us and says, board, I have one resident who is,
Because I don't remember on October 6, 2020, us having a vote and approving, and it was actually 2 non-resident speakers because there was the 2 Bissell gentlemen who spoke.
One was a resident.
Yes.
One was, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And it was a vote taken by the board. So I email you in advance. That's why we ask for the 24 hours notice. So I email the board members and let them know. And I did confirm when I did the research, make sure I did all my stuff right. Sometimes things can slip through the cracks. And then when public address comes, we bring it forward. There's a motion and action taken by the board.
Right. So how would you like to, any suggestions on adjusting the policy or?
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, please. Go
My
ahead.
thought process for that, it says the school board shall make a determination. So obviously, when the school board shall make a determination, we can't expect it to be consistent because the board, whoever the makeup of the board at that time, shall make the determination because maybe the topic is important to hear at that time. So the makeup of the board will make one topic more important than the other. So some people will say we don't hear them, and some we may decide that we will hear them. So it will really depend the will of the board at that particular time, whatever the hot topic those people will come to address non-residents. So I don't know how we can make the policy consistent if that's the board wants.
Well, the consistent would be to have no exceptions.
Or to
That would be
follow.
consistent. We
Yeah,
have no exceptions. And that way, you don't have to worry about 4 people saying yes and
Yeah,
3 people
that's
saying
what I
no. We
was
just
trying to
say, there's no exceptions, period, and.
I agree with that. I mean, we've, in the past, I'm sure Penny remembers when we were doing the pay for play and people outside of the county, all other counties wanted to come in and voice an opinion, and that's kind of where we were like, wait a minute, we've got to find something to,
Yeah.
so it just.
Because once
Yeah,
you
that
make
with
an
the
exception, then you open yourself up to other.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
Is
to
that what-
come to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather just say, there are no exceptions.
Yeah.
The
I
end.
agree.
We have a policy. If you're a non-resident, you don't
Get to speak.
get to speak.
That's right.
And that's the way it is.
Well, my thinking, if you have something near and dear to your heart, you have maybe a family member that lives in the county that you can have come and relay.
Right, or
for
somebody
you.
else
I
can.
mean, That's part of making decisions on where you choose to reside and things like that. So, I agree.
So may I throw a,
Exception
I'm sorry, go ahead.
in very early on when we changed the policy, and it was around the Confederate flag, and we had folks coming from different states.
Mm-hmm.
Was we made an exception for a couple of parents at different points who their children attended Montgomery County, but they lived outside of Montgomery County. So I am perfectly fine with saying non-residents unless
Right.
it's a parent of a student who is attending Montgomery County.
Right, and I
Right, and
I
can I
agree
throw
with that.
another one out there? What about
Your
a
current
business
policy says-
owner that doesn't live in the area but owns the business in Montgomery County, and that what we're doing might affect them?
I think once you start doing that, then you start,
have to
that's
start,
when
yeah.
exceptions start happening.
Right.
I understand what Penny's saying, and we don't have many people that fall into that category anymore.
We do have some,
Have
not a lot.
I guess,
I mean,
not as
yeah.
many as we used to.
Well,
but-
think about it. If your parents are divorced,
Right,
one
okay.
lives in another area.
Okay.
They're already
Yeah.
covered.
I'm sorry.
They're already covered. Parents, students, employees.
Oh, they are, okay.
And so a parent who is a non-resident is covered because they're a parent of a student. Just like an employee, I am not a resident of Montgomery County, but I am still afforded the right to speak to you in public address if I desire to do so.
Because you're an employee.
Because I'm an employee.
And I think
so
we
those
just
people are
stick-
covered.
Yeah, we
Right.
stick with
Okay.
that. But if we start going into, well, then,
Yeah, that's what,
then it just
my-
starts
All
to
right,
get
so
muddy the
is,
water.
is everybody good with?
I'm not. I'd like to throw my 2 cents in here. That I do think that for me, public address is it's a piece of our local democracy, and I do enjoy hearing from people, even people that I disagree with. I've had people stand in that exact spot and point their finger at me personally and get angry at me. That's still their right. And when we start talking about people who aren't necessarily residents, if they're taking in most of the situations that I have come across, and I understand what you're saying, Penny and Jamie, that there are situations that may necessitate that we not do that, but a lot of times there is, somebody's coming to us with some important information. They just happen to not live in our county. And I dislike the idea of shutting those people down outright. And so I think in general, we have allowed, since I've been on the board anyway, I think we've allowed people to speak until April 6th for some weird reason, when we didn't allow those three people. And, as we can see, I mean, certainly in recent memory, we've allowed everyone to speak. So, I don't know that the determination, I think, in the past has been pretty straightforward and clear. I don't know what happened last time, but, I'm still in favor of keeping the policy as it is, but I think that we should, maybe we need to talk, I mean, as another solution, we can have certain guidelines that might help us with, keeping our decisions consistent.
I think if you leave it open to just anybody, we're a school board. We're not the town council, we're not the board, we're a school board, and it's about our schools.
And our
And
students.
our community, our school community, our students, our staff, and our parents, and I just, to open it up to
It just
anybody
feels-
could
but
come and
doesn't
make
it-
comments about our, and provide input unless invited by us, because they're an expert on something, we'd like some more information, that's one thing, but that's not public forum anyway.
I don't think
But-
that there's not a direct tie to our county or our school by a student as far as a parent or something. There's no direct correlation. I really don't, this is just my personal opinion. I really don't see the need to
No.
to have, people out of the county speaking.
I think I don't know who said it, either Gunnar or Jamie. If you have somebody else, if it's something,
Well, I
of
mean, I
interest,
said
then
if we wanted consistency, we shouldn't leave it, the board shall make a determination.
but if it's
because-
something important to you, you must have some connection. So there must be somebody who can bring it forward and talk about it. I guess, I don't know. I just think that it opens it up to.
It feels
Or then I don't feel like we're trying to shut anybody down. I don't feel like we're not allowing people.
I mean, we can get emails.
if
we
they
can
are
get
welcome to send us an email.
letters.
reach
Right.
out.
Exactly. 'cause why would
Exactly.
somebody
There's
from
other forms of
another-
communication we can receive.
Yeah, they can communicate with us. It's just
Right.
because they can't come here and speak in public forum doesn't mean that they can't have a communication with us. You're not trying to shut down free speech. I'm just trying to limit the number of people who
Well,
come
like
here.
I said,
And
it's kind of that would be like me angry over something that's happening in another county and just wanting to go and voice my opinion.
Right.
What good is that to anybody? That's not any good to anybody. So to me, why do it? That's just causing more it's just not I don't know. I mean, yeah, and they may have a valid point, but it's still like we shared, there's email, there's other ways of sharing that valid point. And if you have an interest, if you're a grandparent that lives in another county, then you have a student that usually has a parent that lives in this county that you can say, hey, I really want you to go and share this. So I just don't, I think
they can send an
unless you're an
email, too.
employee or have a student or a teacher, then you don't.
It sounds like we have a majority.
Are you asking us to remove the clause from the policy that we bring forward? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. That's all. I want to bring you what you want.
I'm just having a hard time understanding what you're saying.
It's okay. I don't mind. Fully vaccinated. I just want to make sure I bring you the policy that you want. And is removing the clause for non-resident speakers what I'm hearing that you want? When we bring forward this adjusted policy, that clause will be redlined, that will be stricken out so that non-residents are not eligible at all, unless they are parents, employees, students.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, will do.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Nice discussion. All right.
Oh, we're not done, Miss Graham. I'm so sorry.
Huh? We're not, are we having more? Oh,
There is
sorry.
more. There were concerns brought forward about the content of public address and the things that people say. Our attorney was very involved in the creation of these slides. And so I want you to know that this information, while I'm the one standing here, it is coming from him as well. There's a court case as well as a Virginia Attorney General's opinion that followed 15 years later, that creating a public forum, right? So having public address creates a limited public forum. Content neutral regulations may be drawn. You guys do this by saying you may speak for 3 minutes and we allot 30 minutes, and this is our procedure for extending it. Those are content neutral regulations, and that is absolutely within your right as a board to do. But we cannot bar personal attacks, which was the specific issue that was brought forward and questioned. MCPS policy does ask speakers with complaints to go through proper channels and present the superintendent those complaints in writing before bringing them to public address. Again, everything was echoed in the Attorney General's opinion, but I think the big thing to know is that as elected officials, you aren't protected by that policy. You are elected by your constituents, and your constituents have limited ways to talk to you and public address. When you create that limited public forum, public address is one of the ways for them to do that.
Right.
So I'm sorry, so what this is saying is that we have a policy that asks speakers with complaints.
Correct.
Go through, is that a requirement? What's written here, is that a requirement? Because the way it's written is we ask speakers, well, what if they don't want to follow that? What if they just want to come up here and complain about you?
Yeah.
You know?
They have,
Can
and
they
they're
do
not
that?
stopped.
What's
Yeah,
that?
they have recently, as a matter of fact, about me specifically, and they're not stopped. No,
Okay.
we can't stop them. We can ask them to follow this procedure.
And the same thing for us, they can wag their finger
It's
at me
actually
and-
completely different from you. The policy doesn't protect you at all.
Okay.
Right? You're elected officials. Our policies regarding staff don't protect you. Our policies regarding staff privacy, you are not staff members of MCPS. You are the governing body of the school system. You as the school board are a separate entity. We're not peers, right?
No,
You're
I
the
understand
board,
that.
and we're separate. And so those staff policies, I guess
I'm-
Brad wanted to make sure that we made the point of, even though this exists in policy, it still doesn't apply to board members.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that part I fully understand. What's a little bit confusing, because it was put in here as a sub-bullet, right, is what happens if a speaker comes up and wants to complain about an employee? Are they still constitutionally protected and able to do that?
Yep.
Despite our policy?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sure. All right, Dr. Meyer?
Okay, yeah, sure. Next, some grant proposals. First, Too Good for Drugs. This grant proposal is a partnership with the New River Valley Community Services that expands the Too Good for Drugs program to all students in grades 6 through 9. This grant is presented tonight for your approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the grant Too Good for Drugs as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Drake, could I have a roll call when you're ready?
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
I am so sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, expanding MCPS STEM Academy welding. This grant proposal upgrades the equipment in our STEM Academy welding program. This grant is presented tonight for your approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the grant expanding the MCPS STEM Academy welding as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any
And
discussion?
I just want to say, Mark, I want to go see a hydraulic guillotine sometime.
It's an amazing piece of equipment.
I bet.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next, policy 1-1.7, Code of Ethics. This is the first of 6 policy updates that all relate to our anti-discrimination language. Our policy manual had different versions of this language. We have created an all-encompassing list that includes the language from each of the policies. These policies were first presented in April. We're asking you to approve these policy updates tonight, and we'll go one by one. First, the policy 1-1.7.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revision as presented?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next, policy 5-1.1, the equal employment opportunity. We're asking you to approve this policy update tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revision as presented?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Policy 5-1.2, sexual harassment. We're asking you to approve this policy update tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revision as presented?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next, the statement of inclusivity. We're asking you to approve this policy update tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revision as presented?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, civil rights statement. We're asking you to approve this policy update.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revision as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Policy 7-7.1, equal educational opportunity. This policy update does include the updated anti-discrimination language, but it also includes anti-harassment updates based on new federal changes in Title IX. We're asking you to approve this policy update tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the policy revision as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next is our special education annual plan. The special education annual plan is presented for approval tonight. You first saw the plan in April for review, so we're asking for that approval tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the special education annual plan as presented?
So moved.
Sorry.
Second.
Any discussion?
I would just like to thank Dr. Walker for helping raise the issue of reading in our district.
Any other items for discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Bond? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next, science textbook adoption. The curriculum administrator for science has facilitated the textbook review process for our K through 8 science curriculum. The textbooks were brought to you for review in March. This adoption is brought to you for approval tonight.
Do I have a motion to approve the science textbook adoption as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
Ms. Karan?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is unfinished business. I don't believe we have any matters of unfinished business brought over from the previous meeting. Okay, are there any matters of new business? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to announcements. I had a couple, and I think Goonan has one. The MCPS retirement celebration is May the 13th. And Mr. Knott, what time is that? 6 o'clock. And will we be getting a Zoom invite? Okay, great. And then the CTE signing day is May the 12th at 1 o'clock. And we will be getting an email with that Zoom link as well. Okay. 1 o'clock. Ms. Karan?
And we have graduations on the 22nd at 10 o'clock. And you gotta let Ms. Drake know, if you're attending to any. And unfortunately, I'm missing it first time in 8 years, I think. I'm sad about it. And tomorrow is the Blue Ridge Forum, and I hope to, virtually see you all attending.
And that starts at 6 o'clock?
It's 6 o'clock, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
That was the VSBA Blue Ridge Forum. And our own AMPS program is going to be
Yes.
featured.
And we'll have our school's music performances
Oh,
going to be
that's
there.
awesome, too. That's awesome. All right. Does anybody else have any announcements or information?
Ms. Graham, I have one, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just something I'd like to share with the group, because I know many of you probably don't hear about things like this, but since we have okayed several grants this evening, I would like to make the board and the community aware of a grant that was done by the Christiansburg Lions Club. I have been a Christiansburg Lions Club member for several years now. The club does many great things for the community and our schools, as you well know. There was a grant that was sent out by Area 24, and when I say Area 24, that's just a group of several Lions clubs in our area. The leader sent out a notice available about the grants, and to receive a grant, you just had to notify them and ask and tell them what you would like to have the grant for. So the president of our Christiansburg Lions Club, Sherry Burke, she made the decision to give our school nurses or our schools a call to see if there was anything that the Lions Club could get a grant for to possibly help the schools out. So she said that she spoke with several teachers as well, and that they made the recommendation that they would like to have small emergency packets for students with hypoglycemia during times of lockdown and other emergencies. So Sherry Burke applied for the grant, received it. The money for such items was sent to the nurse, and she will send a list of the purchase items back to the Lions Club, who will be reimbursed for the items. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we got this grant for our teachers to be able to use to help them as well as our students. And just a big thank you to the Christiansburg Lions Club and to Lion Sherry Burke for always thinking about Montgomery County Public Schools and always wanting to reach out and help us in any way they can. So
That's awesome.
just wanted to put that out there.
Awesome. Okay, any other announcements or information? All right, as you can see, our upcoming meetings, our next meeting is the board retreat. That's May the 18th. Breakfast is available at 9 a.m. and the workshop starts at 9:30. And of course, this will be, as a reminder, at the PD Center. Our next item on the agenda is
So, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
So, and I've raised this point before. So on June the 1st, it's a closed session to do superintendent's evaluation. And then June the 8th, closed session, superintendent's evaluation. And then another meeting on June the 15th, right? So my concern is it is going on 11 o'clock. And we have all had concerns about the length of our meetings, but in the past, dealing with the superintendent's evaluation, and that's only because that's what's on the agendas coming up, and other issues, we have special meetings and not make a regular meeting for an item that should be held at a special meeting. So I'm just saying, we should make better use of our meeting time. And as I've said before, cramming a whole lot of stuff into one meeting and then another meeting that should be a separate meeting from a regular board meeting. And this is, again, not just the superintendent's evaluation, but this has been done several times, including doing board development. Let's just do it on a night that we would have a regular board meeting and be taking care of business of the board and not be here all night long at other times. We just need to do a better job of how we're aligning our agendas.
Okay, we can take a look at that going forward.
I agree. I've always spoke that really, once it gets late, I don't think anyone has good decision-making, so I do agree with that 100%.
Board.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I agree. Like this meeting, we packed way too much into this meeting.
Okay, we will definitely take those things into consideration going forward. All right, the next item on the agenda is closed session. Do I have a motion to go into closed session to discuss one personnel matter as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in closed session.
We stay here, or do we go back there? Okay. Focus on